2016 designed ways to achieve this transformation by 2024. There is no better way to spearhead this than supporting the training of 110 students, 55 masters and 55 undergraduates at Egerton University. We provide full scholarships to academically gifted but economically challenged students with a passion to make agricultural transformation in Africa a reality. We participate in conferences such as RU Forum AGM in 2019, where we share on the actions we are taking to transform African agricultural universities and organize the National Fora for Agricultural Universities and their stakeholders held annually since 2018. At TagDev, we are guided by the following objectives. Pilot a new model of agricultural education which focuses on agribusiness or entrepreneurship, experiential learning, and community engagement. Scale out the new model for agricultural education to other agricultural universities and TVET institutions. Increase collaboration and mutual learning among institutions and agencies implementing and influencing innovative tertiary agricultural education for rural transformation in Africa. We have been doing this by conducting retooling workshops to equip staff with the necessary tools, skills, and knowledge that will improve the teaching approaches geared towards producing graduates who are change agents with the ability to catalyze rural transformation. Students get involved in various out-of-class activities organized by private sector players, Ministry of Agriculture, county governments, and other agricultural stakeholders. During these activities, they get a chance to learn more on current advances in agriculture and also showcase to the world their inventions. Central to TagDev are the community action research projects that engage directly with rural communities and serve to facilitate linkages with key agricultural service providers. In Egerton University, other projects have also risen, all looking at boosting Africa agriculture-wise. This include the Center of Excellence in Livestock Innovation and Business, COELIB, building on existing knowledge and capacity to foster innovation and business-oriented actions. The African Center of Excellence in Sustainable Agriculture and Agribusiness Management, SESAM, contributes to sustainable agriculture and business management through capacity development, research, innovation, and technology transfer for enhanced food security. AgroScience Park seeks to attract private investors to transform innovative ideas to viable agribusinesses. As TagDev, we are keen to foster transformation at individual, community, institutional, and sector levels. However, we can do this better when we all work together, universities, TVETs, private sector, and the government. In the spirit of promoting innovation, nurturing talents, and promoting entrepreneurship, TagDev program has supported several innovations developed by students from different departments. Together.
Cassava value chain upgrading for secure food, nutrition, income, and resilience of smallholder farmers in the assaults of Nakuru County. Farmer trainings. Farmers have been trained on cassava production and management. These trainings include value addition for cottage and processing endeavors. By end of the second year of engagement, 571 farmers have directly participated in the project. Many more farmers, estimated at 4,300, have been reached indirectly through distribution of cassava cuttings and farmer-to-farmer contacts. Farmer participatory variety evaluation and selection. The project introduced and evaluated 27 sweet cassava varieties collected from Busia, Migori, Kakamega, and Karonjoro. Nakuru, being a non-traditional cassava growing area, meant the project had to evaluate all production, consumption and parameters of the cassava varieties introduced. 9 sites, 3 in each of 3 sub-counties were introduced: in Njoro, sub-county, Lare, Subukia, sub-county, Lower Subukia, and Rongai, Solai. Adaptability in terms of survival, yield, food safety, cyanide accumulation, and quality for processing suitability have been evaluated. Of the varieties and sites, the following selections were made. Subukia made the following selections. Lare made the following selections. And Solai made the following selections. Bulking. These selected varieties are being bulked for wider distribution to farmers in the respective locations.
More than 60% of the population in sub-Saharan Africa are smallholder farmers, and about 23% of sub-Saharan Africa's GDP comes from agriculture. Yet, Africa's full agricultural potential remains untapped. Well, the project Transforming African Agricultural Universities to Meaningfully Contribute to Africa's Growth and Development, TAGDEV, is here now, day by day from 2016, contributing to Africa's growth and development by transforming African agricultural universities, student by student. Implemented at the premier agricultural university in Kenya, Egerton University, TAGDEV has over the years from 2016 designed ways to achieve this transformation by 2024. There is no better way to spearhead this than supporting the training of 110 students, 55 masters and 55 undergraduates at Egerton University. We provide full scholarships to academically gifted but economically challenged students with a passion to make agricultural transformation in Africa a reality. We participate in conferences such as RU Forum AGM in 2019, where we share on the actions we are taking to transform African agricultural universities and organize the National Fora for Agricultural Universities and their stakeholders held annually since 2018. At TAGDEV, we are guided by the following objectives. Pilot a new model of agricultural education which focuses on agribusiness or entrepreneurship, experiential learning, and community engagement. Scale out the new model for agricultural education to other agricultural universities and TVET institutions. Increase collaboration and mutual learning among institutions and agencies implementing and influencing innovative tertiary agricultural education for rural transformation in Africa. We have been doing this by conducting retooling workshops to equip staff with the necessary tools, skills, and knowledge that will improve the teaching approaches geared towards producing graduates who are change agents with the ability to catalyze rural transformation. Students get involved in various out-of-class activities organized by private sector players, Ministry of Agriculture, county governments, and other agricultural stakeholders. During these activities, they get a chance to learn more on current advances in agriculture and also showcase to the world their inventions. Central to TAGDEV are the community action research projects that engage directly with rural communities and serve to facilitate linkages with key agricultural service providers. In Egerton University, other projects have also risen, all looking at boosting Africa agriculture-wise. This include the Center of Excellence in Livestock Innovation and Business, COELIB, building on existing knowledge and capacity to foster innovation and business-oriented actions. The African Center of Excellence in Sustainable Agriculture and Agribusiness Management, SESAM, contributes to sustainable agriculture and business management through capacity development, research, innovation, and technology transfer for enhanced food security. AgroScience Park seeks to attract private investors to transform innovative ideas to viable agribusinesses. As TAGDEV, we are keen to foster transformation at individual, community, institutional, and sector levels. However, we can do this better when we all work together, universities, TVETs, private sector, and the government. In the spirit of promoting innovation, nurturing talents, and promoting entrepreneurship, TAGDEV program has supported several innovations developed by students from different departments. Together.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I welcome you to the Egerton University 4th National Forum for Agricultural Stakeholders. The theme of this year's National Forum is Food Systems and Entrepreneurship for Sustainable Development. My name is Professor Patience Mshenga, the Dean Faculty of Agriculture. To start us off in this program, I welcome Professor Nancy Mungai. Professor Mungai is the coordinator TAGDEF program. She is the acting director, research and extension at Egerton University. She holds a PhD in soil science from the University of Missouri, Columbia. And previously, she served as the Director, Board of Undergraduate Studies, Egerton University, for 9 years. Professor Mungai, welcome.
It has been organized through TAGDEF program, and TAGDEF stands for Transforming African Agricultural Universities to mean
Prof. Mungai, we don't hear you. Prof. Mungai? Okay, looks like Prof. Mungai has challenges. So we are going to have opening remarks from Dr. Anthony Egerton.
Recording in progress. Program. And so far we have supported 95 on a full scholarship and another over 100 students on partial scholarships. Our hope is that as we train these students, hands-on experience that will help them even after they finish their studies, so they complete their studies. The other pillar is on community engagement, and under community engagement, we have two value chains that TAGDEF has been focused on. We have the cassava value chain and the seed potato value chain. Within the potato value chain, we recognize the challenge of getting quality seed, and so that's why the seed potato value chain is focusing on. Through these community engagement projects, we've been able to interact with farmers directly and indirectly with over 5,000 farmers. TAGDEF is also keen on enterprise development, and we have supported over 20 student enterprises. These enterprises, students are given seed money for the start of projects. And our hope is that after they complete the studies, they can continue to engage and start their own enterprises and continue to create employment. Through these 20 enterprises, they have created over 20 jobs. Let me talk about the objectives of the National Forum. This is the 4th National Forum, and it was started to really with the key objective of bringing in agricultural stakeholders to discuss on several issues that are affecting the agricultural sector, look at the agricultural policy framework, the actors within the agricultural sector, the capacities in terms of productivity, and also look at some of the challenges that the agricultural sector is facing. And in discussing these different aspects, our desire in the national forums is therefore to create actions that can be taken to address some of these challenges that have been faced in the agricultural sector. Today, as we discuss the theme on food systems and entrepreneurship for sustainable development, we do want to appreciate the keynote speakers who will be addressing us today, looking at different aspects, including agri-food systems development in Kenya. We'll also get an opportunity to hear about the private sector engagement in agri-food systems, and later on have a panel discussing the broad topic on youth devolution and agri-food systems in Kenya. We do hope that as we discuss these different topics, that at the end of the 2 days, we'll be able to come up with actions that can be taken at different levels. Tomorrow we cover the issue of emerging food systems to food security, and look at key political factors in improving food system sustainability. And we'll wrap up the day by looking at key threats and challenges to food systems in Kenya and possible interventions. Our hope is that the interventions for us as a university is to continue looking at how we can continue to train students who will create impact as agricultural experts upon graduation, and to continue engaging in innovative research that addresses different agri-system issues to help develop this country and also beyond. I thank you all for your participation, and I wish you a very fruitful time during this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mungai. We recognize the presence of the CS, Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development, Honorable Betty Maina. We also recognize the presence of the Vice Chancellor, Egerton University, Professor Isaac Kibwage. Now, I'm going to request Dr. Anthony Egeru to give opening remarks.
The moderator is muted.
I now call upon Dr. Anthony Egeru to give his opening remarks. Dr. Egeru is the manager, training and community development at RUFORAM. He previously served as the assistant grants manager at RUFORAM Secretariat. He has a PhD in drylands resource management from the University of Nairobi, and he has expansive experience in research in systems ecology. Dr. Anthony Egeru, please, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Prof. Mshenga. I think I shall let me try to mute. Okay, I shall keep my video muted for conservation of bandwidth. Thank you very much, colleagues and all participants. Protocol observed. Most sincerely appreciation to our Vice Chancellor at Egerton University for gracing this occasion, and and ensuring that we continue to convene the National Forum events in Kenya, convened by the university. Egerton, for this case right now, has the charge for convening these National Forum events. From the RU Forum side, first greetings from Professor Dipala, who is also right now in another meeting, I think, with the World Bank. I think there are several things that we are trying to follow up with the World Bank that have stalled for some time. But that said, the food systems is an opportunity and offers us opportunity to engage youth more broadly, because it has different and broader aspects where the youth can be brought on board at different stages. Even those that may not necessarily wish to go to direct farming on the farm, they have opportunity to participate in the various aspects within the food system. And so the youth contribution can be very, very crucial, especially in innovation processes, in making our food systems more functional, more sustainable, as well as competitive in terms of channeling innovations that are necessary for food systems transformation. Now, as universities, we have a very fundamental role, but we are also under this immense pressure to transform. And that is part and parcel where the TAGDEV program was primarily designed from, that we needed to see some movements and shifts within the higher education space and higher education institutions. And so within our current focus is that we need to see universities really transitioning from the primary role of education, where education has been designed as education 3.0, to where education shifts to education 5.0. We have traditionally focused a lot on teaching, research, and outreach. And we need to find a place where we are talking and having conversations in terms of advancing innovation and industry. And that is where the focus within the TAGDEV also, there is a component on entrepreneurship that is seeking to ensure that universities, young people are having more connected to industry, but also where there is no industry, as universities, we have a fundamental role to help to create industry. And that is part and parcel of the seeds that the TAGDEV program is trying to sow. The only issue is that it has to be patient. We have to grow it and cultivate it over some periods of years. So probably after between 5 to 10 years and 15 years from today, you might probably be able to find that some of the fruits that you have cultivated as Egerton University and through the TAGDEV program, some of these young people will now be known and renowned industrialists who have large-scale operational enterprises, and they can be able to come back to sow into Egerton as industry alumni. So that, for me, is a very critical part that we are beginning to cultivate, and we continue to try to expand it. The final part of my remarks is that as universities, we therefore need to demonstrate that we are really responding to the challenges of the time. And our challenge of the time is really that issue that we need to respond to. We need to create jobs. The conversation now is really about jobs and jobs and jobs and jobs. So as universities, yes, traditionally we have trained excellent clerks and excellent people who are going to be smart on neckties and smart in the offices, speak good English and write very good letters. But that was for the civil service. But the civil service now is constricted. It has reached its brim. So as universities and higher education institutions, we need to be able to say, how do we break these barriers of the ceiling and open up opportunities for job creation? And because we are thinking places, we are places for innovation. It is our task and our responsibility as higher education institutions to begin to disrupt the ecosystem. And we hope that through part of the seeds that we are trying to sow within the TAGDEV program, we're trying to begin to disrupt this ecosystem. Through the Entrepreneurship Incubation Hub that Professor Mshenga has been running, the statistic is that the youth enterprises that have been started within Egerton have had a total collective job creation of 150 jobs. Now, this for me is immense. This is for me something that as Egerton University, you're demonstrating that you have power. You can be able to create it. And so that for me is something very, very fundamental. And I would like to congratulate the university for this. The final part of this is that as universities, we need therefore to ensure we continue with meaningful engagement and meaningful contribution to community transformation. And that therefore means that we need to invest in our universities as engaged universities. And that also means that as universities, we need to begin to rethink how, for example, do we make our academics to give more time to community engagement. One of those is perhaps as universities for us to begin to rethink even our promotion criteria. Because if you are only giving 1 point for community engagement, what is the incentive, therefore, for our universities and for professors to give in most of their time to community engagement if they attracts only 1 single point in the promotion criteria? These are some of the conversations, perhaps, that we may need to begin to rethink, even as we restructure our universities. So with these so many words, I would like to sincerely thank you all for joining in here and listening, and I hope that you will enjoy the program that has been put for our interaction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Egeru, for your remarks. And I would wish to inform the participants that in case you have any questions, you can write them in the question and answer section and they will be addressed. I now take this chance to welcome the Vice Chancellor, Egerton University, Professor Isaac Kibwage, to give us his opening remarks. Professor Kibwage is the acting Vice Chancellor, Egerton University. Prior to his appointment, he was the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of administration, planning, and development at Egerton University. Previously, he served as the Principal, College of Health Sciences at the University of Nairobi. He is a professor of pharmaceutical chemistry. Professor Kibwage, welcome.
Thank you very much, Professor Mshenga. The chief guest, Honorable Betty Maina, who is represented by the Chief Administrative Secretary, Mr. Lawrence Macharia, the organizers of this forum, that's the TAGDEF group, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. I take this opportunity to welcome you to this year's forum at Egerton, although we are virtual. Much has been said by Professor Mungai on the objectives of this workshop, and I wish simply to reiterate some aspects. Just those who are locked on, I would like to say that Egerton is actually an old institution. It started way back as a farm school in 1939 and became a university in 1987. It chartered in 2013 under the Universities Act. It hosts over 200 academic programs, mainly in the agricultural field. 6% of those programs are at postgraduate level. So we are quite focused on doing research in this area of agriculture. We have a current population of 17,000, and we intend to grow this number in the coming years. We have over 100 projects running currently at Egerton of between 2 to 8 years. And they're all valued at 3 billion Kenya shillings. As university for the advancement of humanity, the education society, generate knowledge for national and global development. This forum is being held as a prelude to the United Nations Food Systems Summit of 2021. And Egerton therefore organized this year's forum to contribute to the dialogue as a pre-UN Food System Summit. Egerton is committed to offer equality education, research, innovation, and outreach to promote the requisite transformation of Kenya's food systems. Indeed, we have been doing that for a long time, and we expect to put more effort, be dynamic to the changing environment so that we continue to be the leader in interventions on issues of food security. Our specific areas, therefore, are mainly research and policy to support, one, increased agricultural productivity, to research and operationalize value addition to minimize food losses, diversify food and feed sources so that we can increase productivity, and also in the commercialization of innovations that we have come up with. We engage youth in agricultural value chains, for indeed, those of you know, agriculture is the mainstay of our economy. We also do research in various areas, tackling agricultural-related challenges, including post-harvest preservations. Indeed, those of you read and who have done research, we lose a lot of food because of losses that happen after you have invested a lot, you have harvested, and then the food goes to waste. These are the challenges that, as a university, we continue to focus on. And a part of that will indeed form the dialogue that we hope to have in during this forum. Let me not spend a lot of time just repeating what others have said, but as a university, we acknowledge funding agencies who partner with us to do research in these various areas. The main one is the MasterCard Foundation, who are funding TagDev through Rufora. We also have the World Bank, who fund the CSAM. We have the African Development Bank, the National Research Fund, and NOFIC. These are all our research partners. Not only do they fund the research, but they also fund human resource training to improve capacity in the areas of agricultural research. So as we move on this morning, I wish to thank you, those of you who are on participating, and welcome you to the Egerton University 4th National Forum for Agricultural Stakeholders. It is my pleasure then to invite the representative of the chief guest, Mr. Lawrence Macharia, to deliver the remarks from Honorable Pet Maina. Thank you.
Members of the academia, I'm here to represent our Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Betty Maina, who would have loved to be here, but she just jetted back to the country this morning from Korea. Therefore, she could not be able to participate effectively in this program. As a ministry, I must say that we feel honored and privileged to be invited to join you as you engage in the 4th National Forum for Agriculture and Industry Players on the theme of enhancing Kenya food system and entrepreneurship for sustainable development. We have noted with encouragement that the objectives of this forum is to enhance collaboration between Egerton University, policymakers, and key industry players for sustainable food system and entrepreneurship growth and development. This is because from the ministry side, we have been proponents of forging or strengthening what we call the triple helix. That is a collaboration between academia, industry, and the government as the policymakers. And because by so doing, we are able to enhance productivity, industrial growth, and economic development. And for sure, the best results are obtained when these three work in tandem. For instance, academia should be flexible to accommodate the skills requirement by the industry, while the industry should create opportunities for practical attachment by the students. It should also offer field for research by the academia. And these engagements can avail ample opportunities for companies or industries to collaborate with universities to conduct market and product research, commercialization of research, prototype development, and other areas. Industries can also tap into the university's pool of talent through accepting interns and also conducting joint research with the university, and also again providing training. Partnering with university has immense potential to learn about the needs of the society, identifying the opportunities, and also to help to develop the requisite skills and hence improve the productivity of industries, thus tilting the burden of the youth unemployment which our country continue to grab. Your theme of enhancing Kenya food security, food system and entrepreneurship and sustainable development resonates very well with the country's quest to realize food security as one of the government Big Four agenda. Academia must reach out to communities to provide practical solutions to the challenges unique to their surroundings. And also, universities must also be able to demonstrate their position as an oasis of ideas and opportunities for the society and change the scenario, and we change the scenario from what it has always been, churning out job seekers. But instead, we should start churning out entrepreneurs. We must demystify industrialization by academia working closely with the industry to create a synergy for industry to support agriculture in providing inputs and implements to boost agricultural production and other processes. For instance, that's a value addition, increasing the shelf life, enhancing marketing and distribution chain. That can be, the university can play key role in developing these areas. This will also help in eliminating what we call post-harvest losses. I know that your institute, that is the Tegemeo Institute, has done a commendable job in conducting research and analysis on policy in the domain of agriculture, rural development, natural resources, and environment. It has been doing very well in addressing micro and macroeconomics policy issues bearing on farming, transportation, processing, marketing and trade of agricultural products and inputs. And we must say that sustainability of agricultural system and natural resources is an area they have Tegemeo has been doing research. What is the government doing? What we must is that to ensure that academia gives its best without fear of individual research losing out on their intellectual properties, the Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development, through Kenya Industrial Property Institute, is rolling out intellectual property awareness campaign and helping to establish intellectual property desk at the Institution of Learning and Research and Development. This is fulfillment of the requirement of the Kenyan Constitution, which has made it clear that it is the duty of the government to protect, promote, support, and enhance intellectual property. And we are looking at it from our side as a government, that the people in the academia, those who are doing research, is there a way we can protect their intellectual property, the products of their research, so that we can commercialize those property. And from our constitution, you are aware, various articles. We have at least 4 articles in the constitution. That is Article 11, which provides that the state shall promote intellectual property rights of the people of Kenya. Article 40, sub-article 5, which states that the state shall support, promote, and protect intellectual property rights of the people of Kenya. Article 69, that the state shall protect and enhance intellectual property and indigenous knowledge and biodiversity and genetic resources of the community. And finally, Article 260, which has clearly stated that among what are defined as properties, it includes intellectual property. To impart momentum in carrying out these mandates, we are further merging 3 intellectual property institutions in Kenya, that is Kenya Industrial Property Institute, Anti-Counterfeit Authority, and Kenya Copyright Board, into one big corporation, which will be called Kenya Intellectual Property Authority. This merger is anticipated to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of matters of intellectual property and also cuts down of cost of rendering services. What this one means is that previously, once your intellectual property was registered by TP, if you found somebody violating it, you'd either have to go to the Anti-Counterfeit Authority, or if it is music and the rest, you go to Kenya Copyright Board, and they are the ones who will be enforcing. Now we are creating one institution, so that intellectual property management, enforcement, regulation will be under one authority, that is Kenya Intellectual Property Authority. We can only hope that the academia will take advantage of this development and feel incentivized to go an extra mile to push your ideas into products available in both local and international market. With time, universities should evolve into centers of excellence for the respective modes of manufacturing, so that industry will be benchmarking with you. This is what is happening in the developed world, and our local universities should keep an eye on these trends in order to avoid trotting behind the wheel of technological development. I wish to commend Egerton University for taking initiative to convene this forum to drive the agenda of transforming Africa Agricultural University to meaningfully contribute to African growth and development. I urge you to move ahead and seek to consolidate efforts of the various players in the field of agriculture and a common research and development agenda, with a view of ensuring that the country and Africa region, that the country becomes the region of food basket. You must contribute to lifting our people from the pangs of hunger and starvation, so that they can move to the next level of hierarchy of needs, and thus meaningfully contribute to the national and regional development. Because if the people are still hungry, I don't see how they'll go to the next level of participation. They'll participate in the next level of development. The first and the basic need of hunger must be satisfied. You must be the reason, universities must be the reason why the food security of the Big Four agenda must come to fruition. This in turn calls for you to widen your scope in partnership and even bite into the National Research Fund in support of your national research agenda. With concerted efforts of the stakeholders, it is possible to increase the contribution of agriculture from the current 26% of the GDP. It doesn't have to grow in terms of the percentage of the GDP, but at least we must make sure that in terms of volume, it grows. Also, we must increase the export earning beyond what we are right now. Agriculture is bringing about 65% of the export. Such improved performance would ideally reflect our composition of food available in our market. Another area we need to look is about what happens after the outbreak of COVID-19 and what it has taught us. It has taught us to promote the local content by enhancing the quality and supply of locally made or produced goods. Because distance sources are no longer reliable, or because global supply chains during COVID virtually collapsed. It is time now for local industry to reckon with being effective and efficient in supplying the region with commodities. From the ministry side, we are leading the way in championing local content by according preferential procurement of locally made goods. And government has required that all ministry departments and agencies to comply with this by spending at least 40% of their procurement budget in purchase of locally made goods. Many of you are familiar with this requirement, for you have been posting that in your quarterly report. And I urge those of you who have not been doing that to start procuring. At least 40% of what you procure must be local, what we call local content. We have also published a list of priority goods, which you have said that any government institution or government agency must procure locally. These are items which we are certain they are local, they are available locally, and they can meet the local demand. So there's no point of importing. And we are saying that the public sector is leading in that way in consuming the local content. And we hope to create a critical mass of patriotic Kenyans whose tastes and preference is for locally made goods and services. This in turn will go a long way in supporting domestic industry, causing it to expand and improve competitiveness, and ultimately create more job opportunities for young and educated Kenyans, as well as increased revenue. And this is what we are saying, that let's start consuming locally manufactured goods. Let's look at what has been grown. If it is agricultural products, what has been the value has been added locally, instead of looking for import. Your efforts to create entrepreneurial culture in the school system is commendable, for it has the promise of creating entrepreneurs and hence business owners, as I said earlier, as opposed to job seekers. We will be most willing and ready to work with you and ensure that academia, industry, and government make us collaborate in strengthening for the good of the country. I know that our ministry is charged with the enterprise development, and will be willing to work close with the academia, that is Egerton University and other players, so that we can connect the academia and the industry, and that is what we call the triple helix. And with that, I know if the three, that is the policy makers, which is the government, the academia, and the industry, if they work hand in hand, will be churning out entrepreneurs from our university as opposed to job seekers. With those very many remarks, once again, I thank you very much for inviting us as a government to participate in this, and we hope that we shall continue learning from each other. Thank you very much.
Lawrence Karanja for those remarks. We now have a few questions before we proceed on with the keynote speeches. The first question goes to Dr. Anthony Egeru. How can we integrate entrepreneurship in all academic programs? How can we integrate entrepreneurship in all academic programs? Anthony, please, 2 minutes.
Basically, I indicated that first, it's important to understand and appreciate that this is defined as an overall university-wide strategy for moving forward. And secondly, before including in all academic programs, it's important to appreciate that you need to be moving from a theoretical basis, and therefore ensuring that meaningful entrepreneurship training is practical rather than theoretical, that one will write an exam and pass with an A plus and wave the certificate and say, I studied entrepreneurship. Because the ultimate part of it is for you to create people who appreciate the practicalities of the process. Now, in this regard, therefore, it becomes important as you seek to integrate into the overall programs that you move slowly. Identify pilot programs from which all the other units of the university can learn from. And through this, you begin to win more persons in the entrepreneurship journey. And thirdly, it is important to appreciate that integration of entrepreneurship comes with extra added responsibilities that have to be factored into the academic staff load. It may not be necessarily seen in teaching load, which most of us as universities are used to, that are you having 3 CU, 4 CU, 5 CU. But it has to be recognized because mentoring these novice entrepreneurs is a time-engaging process. So it has to be thought through, and what I would recommend, start slow by having pilot programs.
Anthony, we have the next question, and this one is addressed to the Vice Chancellor, Egerton University, Professor Kibwage. The referendum representative indicated the need to score community engagement highly during promotion, appraising university staff. What can your office do towards reviewing the promotion criteria? Please.
Oh, thank you very much. Sorry, you are not finished? Okay.
I'm finished.
But that's really a good question. Yes. First of all, part of our appraisal and promotion criteria includes community engagement component. And so it is there. The issue of scoring it highly is, it depends on the field where you are, in which you are undertaking your teaching and research duties. And therefore it becomes a consideration for a specific cohort of staff during evaluation of promotion. And indeed, this is, I'm just confirming that we do consider the level of community engagement as we do promotions for some academic staff in specific areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kibwage. The next two questions, and I think we will stop at those two questions, are addressed to Mr. Lawrence Karanja. The first question is, young entrepreneurs' main constraint to job creation are the regulations and licensing hurdles. What is the government doing to help with this? Young entrepreneurs' main constraint to job creation are the regulations and licensing hurdles. What is the government doing to help with this? And the second question to Mr. Karanja, what effort is the government doing in adopting some of the new innovations and entrepreneurial opportunities from the academia? And to be specific, there was an innovation from Kenyatta University where students innovated a more advanced selective weeding robot machine. Has it been approved by the state? Mr. Karanja, please.
The handles which the young entrepreneurs are facing. The government, we developed what is called micro and small entrepreneurship, small, medium, and micro entrepreneurship policies. That is the same SME policy. And under the SME policy, we have come with measures to reduce those bottlenecks which have been there because of various regulators. And we are establishing what we are calling Biashara centers. These Biashara centers, so far we have established one in Kisumu another one in Eldoret, another one in Nairobi, and another one in Mombasa. And our intention is to have them in the 47 countries. The Biashara centers are basically like what is Huduma Center, such that if you want to start a business, you will get Kenya Video Standards will be there. You'll be having Kenya Institute of Research and Development in the event there's some need you need, support you need. If it is about the standards, you have the KEBS, as I've said. If it is about patenting, you'll have KIPI based there. If it is on advice and financial advice, you'll have Micro and Small Enterprise Authority. And finally, for the purpose of incubation, we are having Kenya Industrial Estates, who will be based. So it will be a one-stop shop for people who are starting entrepreneurship. So that is one effort. The second one, we are having some fundings and support to the young entrepreneurs through what we call Kenya Youth Empowerment and Opportunity Program, KIOP. And it is right now it's being rolled on. We are asking, we do it in various counties. Right now it is the program which is rolling now is in 6 counties. We get them, we support, we train, and then we give them some limited grants to enable them to start their entrepreneurship. Now, the second question was on government effort on support innovation. What we do is that once innovation is done, we have our ministry, and that is our Ministry of Industrialization, through Kenya Institute of Research and Development. We get there and we support and we facilitate that innovation. And once the process gets the approval by all institutions, because whatever innovation, there are standards. Of course, there are some which, if it's very new, a standard will be developed, and we are always more than willing to support to ensure that whatever innovation is protected first as intellectual property. Number 2, we support them through Kenya Institute of Research and Development to ensure that it reaches the required standards. And of course, subsequent to that, and I said, as I had said, we have the research fund where you can apply for a grant to support your research. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Mr. Karanja, for the elaboration. Now we are getting to the section of keynote speeches. We are going to have keynote speeches, 2 keynote speeches. And I'm requesting the participants that in case you have a question to any of these, please put it in the Q&A, and we are going to be responding to the same after both keynote speeches. The first keynote speech is by Anne Karanja on agri-food systems development in Kenya. Anne Nyaga is the Chief Administrative Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, and Cooperatives. Previously, she was the County Minister for Agriculture in the County Government of Embu. She holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Biomedical Sciences and Technology from Egerton University. She also holds several certificates in leadership and agriculture management, and she is passionate about a food secure Africa. Ms. Anne Nyaga is represented by Ms. Lucy Njenga. Ms. Lucy Njenga, please, you're welcome. Ms. Lucy Njenga, please, welcome.
Okay, thank you. The chief guest, represented by Mr. Karanja, the VC Egerton University, Professor Kibwage, Manager Training and Community Development, Dr. Anthony, and Program Coordinator, Professor Nancy Mogai, all delegates who are participating and following this event, both physically and virtually. Good morning. I I'm Lucy Jenga, and I'm representing Madam CAS, State Department for Crop Development and Agricultural Research, who has been given another urgent task by the CS on Food System Summit, which is coming. And we were talking with Professor Mugai, and we agreed I'm going to represent her. I'm Director Agricultural Policy, Research and Regulations. Maybe I need to share my screen if I'm around, but Madam CS sent her greetings and wished everybody a good day and fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Now to share your screen, please go ahead.
Thank you. We can now go ahead. The first one is just the introduction. There, where Madam Nyaga is supposed to give the keynote, Mrs. Lucy Jenga. It's not moving down. I need to move down. That's happening. Down. We are just trying to see how it will move down. Professor, I've also shared the same PowerPoint with you. I don't know whether we need to remove this one and see whether yours will scroll down. Mine is giving me a challenge.
Oh, all right, let's see if we can do that.
Good. Professor, share from your end.
Okay. You may just continue as
Okay,
I get it.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you very much. Let me continue. The first one slide is just the introduction. And the introduction, we are just saying agriculture continues to be the bedrock of development of our nation. Agricultural sector in Kenya contributes about 26% of the GDP and the 65% of the country export earnings. This has even been alluded to by the representative of the chief guest. And we also say that it contributes 27% of GDP through rings with manufacturing. I'm getting an echo. And in addition, the sector employs 40% of the total population and more than 70% of Kenya's rural people. We also say that the Kenya's development policy for the medium term, that is 2000 to 2030, continues to recognize agriculture as an important sector for the economy, with priority centered on food security initiatives and provision of employment opportunities. The theme for this forum, that is food systems and entrepreneurship for sustainable development, resonates very well with the ongoing dialogue of UN Food Systems Summit, which requires building food systems that deliver sufficient and nutritious food systems that are sustainable, and food systems that create shared prosperity for Africa and also Kenya. And we know Kenya has been actively engaged in the UN Food System Summit process, and that's where even Madam CAS is today. The agri-food system aligns to the Sustainable Development Goals, African Union Agenda 2063, and also Kenya Vision 2030 that envisages a globally competitive and prosperous country with a high quality of life. If we go to the second slide, we find that we have some issues that need to be addressed. And some of these issues, we say Kenya is mineral rain-fed, Kenya agriculture is mineral rain-fed, and the ever-increasing population growth, urbanization, coupled with the decreasing agricultural production and productivity, impact of COVID-19, impact of climate change, and decreasing biodiversity are some of the issues we need to address. Hence, the need to focus on actions that favor responsible consumption and production patterns to ease pressure on ecosystems and mitigate climate change, as well as apply policies that create income earning opportunities, build human capacity, and provide revenue supplements where needed. The Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, and Cooperatives is already anchored on strong foundation and commitments to transforming food systems through rigor and policy framework, including Vision 2030. We find that Vision 2030 identifies agriculture as a key economic pillar and prioritizes 5 action areas, including arid and semi-arid lands development, fisheries development, establishment of disease-free zone, fertilizer cost reduction strategy, and legislative and policy reforms. We also have agricultural policy, and it's good for members to know that this policy has been given a sessional paper number 2 of 2021, and we are just printing the copies to table them to Parliament. And then we have the Big 4 agenda and food security targets by 2022. Remember, in the Big 4, agriculture is also prioritized to deliver 100% food and nutrition security. And we have targets there where we have to have 34% increase in average daily income of farmers, then 27% reduction in malnutrition among children under 5 years of age. Then we create 1,000 agro-processing farmer-facing SMEs and 600,000 new jobs. We also have a target of 50% reduction in the number of food insecure Kenyans, 48% in agriculture, increase in agriculture sector contribution to GDP, and 47% reduction in cost of food as a percentage of income. Then we have the vision that we want to become a vibrant, commercial, modern, and equitable agriculture sector that sustainably support Kenya's development and 100% food and nutrition security aspiration in the context of devolution. And this is what we have put in our agriculture sector transformation and growth strategy, which we are implementing, and it's 2019 to 2029. This one is based on belief that food and nutrition security requires a vibrant commercial and modern agricultural sector that supports Kenya economic development sustainably. It has 3 anchors, and which will drive Kenya in the next 10 years. The first one is to increase small-scale farmer, livestock producer, and fisher folk income. Then the second one is increase agricultural output and value addition. And the third anchor is to boost household food resilience. The strategy has 9 flagships critical in addressing systemic bottlenecks, constraining Kenyans' ability to achieve food and nutrition security. You can go to that slide for the flagships. The first one is where we target 1 million farmers, pastoralists, and fisher folk in an initial 40 zones served by 1,000 farmer-facing SMEs that provide input equipment, including for irrigation, processing, and post-harvest aggregation. Then we have a shift. The second one is to shift nationwide subsidies focus to register 1.4 million high needs farming household and empower them to access a range of inputs from multiple providers enabled by an e-voucher delivery system. The third one is to set up 6 agro-processing hubs across Kenya using a one-stop shop, rapid public-private partnership process for local and export markets. The fourth one is unlock 50 new large-scale private farms, which are greater than 2,500 acres with 150,000 acres under sustainable irrigation from existing infrastructure. That is where we are going to rehabilitate dams, dual-purpose hydropower, competitive bidding, and also government-provide infrastructure. And I'm sure, Egerton, you're in this conversation because initially we had earmarked that you also have big farms which you can enter in this large-scale commercialization. That is where we are going to do that. And then the fifth one is restructure the strategic food reserve to better serve Kenyans through competitive digital reserve stock and cost management with private sector and price stability managed through the Ministry of Finance. Then we have the sixth one, that is to boost food resilience of 1.2 farming, livestock producers, and fishing agile households through community-driven design of intervention and more active coordination of development partners and private sector resource through regional economic blocks. Then we have the flagship 7, that is knowledge and skills building programs. And this is where universities, you are also very critical, focus on technical and management skills in the field of 200 national and county government transformation leaders, facing SMEs and setting extension agents. Then the 8th one is on strengthen research and innovation and launch priority digital and data use cases for better decision-making and performance management. That is an area which also university, you are key because you do a lot of research. And I know because we collaborate, that is an area you can really add your input. And then the ninth flagship is actively monitor 2 key food system lists, where we will have sustainable and climate smart natural resource management, including sustainable irrigation and water basin health, soil quality, and land use, and also crisis management for pests and diseases, climate and global price shocks. Then we go to other relevant policies, which we have as a ministry. As I told you, ASTGS is our key strategy document which we are using, but we also have other relevant policies. We have National Food and Nutrition Security Implementation Framework, which is a multi-sectoral policy document that provides an overarching framework covering the multiple dimensions of food security and nutrition improvement. Then we have Kenya National Nutrition Action Plan that spells out the investment required for Kenya to address malnutrition in all its forms and for all ages, adopting a multi-sectoral approach, and promotes collaboration to address the social determinants of malnutrition sustainably. Then we have development and rollout of the Kenya Agri-Nutrition Implementation Strategy, that is 2020 to 2025, which provide a roadmap and coordination framework to accelerate the implementation of nutrition-sensitive agriculture components in the National Food and Nutrition Security Policy of 2012. Then we have Youth in Agribusiness Strategy. This is at the heart of our CAS. She really wants to promote the youth. And the aim of the strategy is to create innovative, attractive, and sustainable employment for the youth through active engagement in agripreneurship for increased income, wealth creation, and poverty reduction. It is anchored on the Constitution, that is the 4th chapter of the Constitution on Bill of Rights, that gives citizens the right to be free from hunger and have adequate food of acceptable quality. Then it's also anchored on national youth policy that address the challenges that face the youth, and the government responded by developing that policy in 2006 that provide a framework through which youth matters are handled. It's also anchored on Vision 2030 and also on the county integrated development plans, that is, agricultural, where we have agricultural sector and youth empowerment issues which have been prioritized in the country integrated development plans. It's also anchored on our agricultural policy. There is supposed to be agricultural policy, which proposes the 2 levels of government, which will support development and dissemination of transformative agricultural technologies and interventions. Still in youth in agribusiness strategy, we create youth engagement in agribusiness and related value chain. And the strategy aims to ensure youth access to factors of production, such as land, credit, insurance, and skills in agriculture, also provide mechanism of reintroduction of agriculture in Kenyan primary schools, and you'll see later this initiative has actually been actualized. Then we ensure support of youth to access market and marketing infrastructure, mainstream and institute mitigation measures to address medical condition and disease that affect youth participation in agriculture, then lobby for strengthening of existing capacity on guidance and counseling, and will support development of institutional and legal framework for youth in agriculture. Other policy or legal registrations we have is the Warehouse Receipt System Act, which was enacted in 2019. And this one is supposed to provide for development and regulation of warehouse receipt system for agricultural produce, establishment of the Office of the Warehouse Receipt System Council, and for connected purposes. And this law creates an environment that confers a lot of benefits to farmers, including enabling structured marketing of agricultural commodities, price discovery mechanism, and secondary, but still important, is increased post-harvest loss management, because the produce is kept in a warehouse and it's kept in good condition. Then we have other policies which are being developed. This one are still in the process and they have not been concluded. We have the draft National Agricultural Insurance Policy. Already we give insurance cover to farmers. In crops, we subsidize 50%. Livestock, I think it's 100% in ASAL areas, but we didn't have a policy, so we are coming up with a policy so that it can be well anchored. Then we have a draft National Soil Management Policy, and then we have agricultural mechanization policy. Somebody talked of the weeding machine. Now we'll have an agriculture mechanization policy, and it will also come with a bill so that those things can be put in a law and they'll be better handled there. Then we have draft coffee industry policy, draft National Agricultural Research System policy, and we have draft food safety policy and bill. This is ongoing, and I'm sure when we come to county consultations where a university falls in a certain county, we hope you will participate. Then we have ministry's initiatives towards attainment of 100% food and nutrition security and response to COVID-19. Remember, all of us, we have been having COVID-19, we have been suffering through this pandemic, and as a ministry, we had to respond. And therefore, here, there are 4.5 million small-scale farmers in Kenya, including 3.5 crop farmers, 600,000 pastoralists, and 130 fisher folks. Collectively, their output accounts for 63% of national produce, and they are on approximately 86%. And approximately 86% of Kenyans' land is under agriculture. The food system also depends heavily on small independent transporters who provide the link between producers and consumers. And to this effect, the ministry during this time, and even before, the ministry has come up with an e-voucher initiative for supply of input targeting 200,000 small-scale farmers. The package aimed to cushion farmers from high cost of production and sustain food supply chains. Then the ministry also has developed an agricultural insurance program initiative. This one has been running. I think now we are in 37 crop producing counties, and we also have 8 ASL counties, targeting for 500,000 small-scale crop farmers and 1.5 million pastoralists. The package aims to cushion farmers from effect of adverse weather and secure food supply chain. Then the ministry, through various projects, have developed initiatives aimed at increasing farmers' income, improve food and nutrition security, and also sustainable use of resources and mitigate risk. Then we also have initiative to increase availability and access to food. The ministry, together with the stakeholders, have developed regulations on breeding of maize flour and also wheat flour, because can also be blended with other agricultural produce such as cassava, millet, which with the aim of promoting forgotten yet nutritious, and it has potential to grow in ASL areas. Therefore, increase in their production and offering alternatives to farmers in the ASL. And then that is one initiative for flour breeding, and this will really go a long way to improving the ASL areas. I also talked about the youth, and on 5th June this year, His Excellency the President launched the rebranded the 4K Club in schools, and this initiative is at the CS office, and it will seek to create awareness and inculcate positive mindset towards agriculture among school-going children. Then, of course, the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic has aggravated the situation, and food system transformation is urgently needed to reduce the cost of nutritious food and increase the affordability of healthy diets. And to this end, the ministry undertook steps to protect Kenya's agri-food system, which included, one, the ministry developed protocols and guidelines to facilitate operations of agricultural input providers, producers, traders, processors, and consumers in the food supply chain. And that's why food kept on being supplied even amidst the lockdowns. Then food processing and feed manufacturing operations are working round the clock to ensure adequate production. We also have the availability of staple food is monitored regularly, and actions taken as needed to ensure adequate food supply for all Kenyans, and I'm sure you have all witnessed that. Also, we have producers and consumers associations are encouraged to liaise with the service providers to use digital technologies that link farmers to markets. The use of online digital platforms have increased, for example, through partnership between Trigger Foods and Ministry. You are able to get the food and still to get it from the producers. We also have the Food Security War Room, which was established by government in April 2020, that is last year, at the height of COVID, and it monitors the food security situation in the country. And this food security war room provides technical advice to COVID-19 response committee, also to the Ministry of Agriculture and other relevant ministries on potential policy direction. It has really been beneficial. It comes, I think, on Wednesday fortnightly, and members are encouraged also to participate in the war room. Then in conclusion, I would say to achieve the Agenda 2030 aspiration in food system for sustainable development and address challenges such as malnutrition, poverty, biodiversity loss, and ecosystem degradation and climate change, it is imperative to have coherent policy framework, policy and legal framework, and also for all of us working together. And therefore, that's the conclusion. I really thank you very much for listening, and let's work together. Egerton, thank you very much, and congratulations for holding this fourth national forum, which has brought stakeholders together, because it's important for people to share and to see how they can move the country forward. Thank you very much. I submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Lucy Njenga. Now, we are going to take 2 questions before we proceed to the next keynote. The first one is, what is the ministry doing to the continued land subdivision, the problem of continued land subdivision? Is there a policy to deter this? And the second question is, what is the roadmap towards provision of 6,000 jobs? And to this end, what are the milestones in terms of agro-processing industry establishment? So, Madam Lucy, kindly, may you respond to those questions?
Okay, thank you very much, Madam, for the questions, and also those who are following, thank you for the questions. I'm going to respond to some of them, the others which might require a bit of getting the information I'll get, and before the end of the forum, I'm going to give a response. When it comes to the land subdivision, I said we have developed agricultural policy. This policy, we requested Cabinet to make it a sessional paper, and it has been given sessional paper number 2 of 2021, though we need to table it. We are printing the documents for tabling, and it has addressed issues of subdivision. Of course, we know the land issues are at the National Land Commission. Therefore, we can only work together with the Ministry of Lands to encourage people not to subdivide, because I think our greatest undoing is the system, because when it's freehold, it becomes very difficult. But towards this end, if you noted in the strategy, we are saying we are unlocking about 50 farms where we'll have large-scale farming. We are reaching out to government institutions who have a big chunks of land on lease basis to private sector, even to private Kenyans, individuals who can farm those big chunks. Already the Cabinet has given a nod on this, but we have to work with those institutions, because we realize some of the land we had earmarked are already on lease, and we need to see how to get maybe that land so that our people can use it. But when it's come to subdivision, we are all encouraging people not to subdivide, but issues of land are bestowed on the National Land Commission. Thank you very much. So on the other one, where we have the 600,000 jobs, remember I said we have very many projects. Projects, like I think we have about 13 projects in the ministry, and these 13 projects, they work with the value chains. We are also encouraging people being in groups so that agriculture become meaningful. This is how we are going to create jobs, because jobs, they are created by individuals. When you join in groups and you are maybe engaged in a certain value chain, and then you go to value addition, you can imagine we have the producers, and then we have the agro-processors, and we will have now the marketers and also the transporters. All that people will be eating from one value chain. That is how we create the jobs. The jobs will be created by us, and agriculture is, I think, best suited to creating jobs, because most of the commodities, even the ones which we take to maybe agro-processing, they are agricultural based. The challenge is where we don't do the value addition, and therefore we just stop at production, because that is just the farmer and maybe the worker who are informed. But when you go now to the value addition, you increase the jobs. And as a ministry, we are encouraging value addition so that we can go towards increasing these jobs. I submit.
Now we go to the second keynote, and this is on private sector engagement in agri-food systems. This will be delivered by Madam Carol Karuga. She is the CEO KEPSA. She holds a master's degree in public administration and international affairs from Bowling Green State University, Ohio, USA. She has pursued several professional courses on public-private sector dialogue, global leadership, and private sector development. She is accredited for transforming KEPSA to one of the most influential institutions in Kenya, and she has a wealth of experience in leadership. Madam Carol Karuga, you are welcome.
Thank you very much, Prof. And good morning to everyone. All protocols observed. A lot has been said by the ministry, so I'll keep it very brief. So you'll allow me just to switch off the camera so that it's for the stability of the internet. And then I'll go very briefly through my notes and just allow for more of the questions so that I don't repeat a lot of what has been said, because there's a lot that the ministry has said that we are working together. Let me begin by thanking Egerton University and its partners, Good University and the regional universities, Forum for Capacity Building in Agriculture, who are implementing the Time Development Program for organizing this crucial forum to engage as private sector, policymakers and academia. It doesn't always happen, but the tripartite is very, very useful. And so we are very, very excited to be part of this conversation, and hopefully we can be we can engage more, not only in the conversations, but in the activities. Before I go further, allow me to briefly introduce KEPSA. Again, it's the apex body of the private sector in Kenya, brings together the local and foreign business associations, chambers of commerces, professional bodies, corporates, as multinational companies, medium corporates, SMEs, and startups from all sectors of the economy, representing over 1 million businesses under one umbrella, to enable them to speak with one voice when engaging government, development partners, and other stakeholders on cross-cutting policy issues affecting the private sector development. And we also implement programs that ensure the growth of business and socioeconomic development of the country. We support businesses with opportunities for training, networking, financial linkages, mentorship and coaching, access to markets, value chains, and investment opportunities with many partners around the world. And a lot of the value chains are around agriculture, so we do really work in the agriculture space. As the apex body for private sector in Kenya, we have a lot of interest in the development of the sector, the agriculture sector, knowing that it directly accounts for 34% of our GDP and employs nearly 60% of our total workforce. We have actively participated in the development of key policies in the sector, including the Agriculture Sector Transformation and Growth Strategy, ACTGS, establishment of strategic partnerships with our stakeholders in the sector, such as the Egerton University, which is this, Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa, AGRA, Ministry of Agriculture, and other government agencies, just to mention a few. In February last year, KEPSA brought together all agriculture industry players to form the Agriculture Sector Network, ASNET, which aims to reduce fragmentation and improve coordination in addressing the challenges that have hindered our agricultural productivity over the years. We commend the government for prioritizing food and nutrition security as part of the Big Four agenda, and the continued support in improving regulation as well as other support mechanisms, such as facilitating access to quality inputs, market access, especially during the COVID-19 period, among other interventions. With less than 10 years to achieve our Vision 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals, the importance of this sector in driving the country's socioeconomic transformation cannot be overemphasized. Despite the huge production potential, about 6 million Kenyans are estimated to be facing food insecurity, and our food import bill as of 2019 was 187 billion Kenya shillings. This boiled down to production inefficiencies, high cost of inputs, and inadequate support, especially for smallholder farmers who account for nearly 2/3 of all food in the country. Over-reliance on rain-fed agriculture, outdated farming technologies, and knowledge information gaps, e.g. soil quality, application of fertilizers and chemicals, storage and preservation, market opportunities, etc., continue to be a challenge. In addition, the average farmer is about 60 years old, which leaves little room for innovation. And it's until COVID hit the country that we've seen a lot of interest by young people going back to agriculture and agribusiness. So we have some benefits of COVID as much as that pandemic, that because people have to eat, and when the value chains changed around the world and the transport and logistics systems are affected, then we started to see many countries becoming more reliant, even for us who depend on our neighbors a lot, Tanzania and Uganda, for our food, our horticultural food. We started doing a lot more for ourselves because of just that disruption of trade and logistics. So if we could continue this way, then we might see a lot more people and younger people joining in the agriculture space, but also taking us back to what we've always wanted to be, food reliant. And I think using platforms and organizations and stakeholders like Egerton University, where you have a lot of land, I think these are the conversations we should have, and how you can bring in private sector to start producing and partnering with yourselves. Additionally, nearly 1 million youth enter the job market every year in an economy that, as of 2019, was only able to produce 67,800 new formal jobs and 767,900 jobs in the informal sector. It is thus crucial to explore agriculture as a solution to the unemployment crisis. We must be able to package agriculture as an attractive and viable business venture, and equip the youth with the necessary skills to run successful agriculture business. I'm happy to know that the president recently launched the rebranded 4K Club in schools, and we're very excited to have been part of that as KEPSA, which we hope will go a long way to nurture and encourage the youth to take up agriculture as a first employment opportunity and really use the dividends of COVID, of what has started happening with the young people moving into agriculture. Other support required to strengthen agri-food systems and promote entrepreneurship in the sector include: 1, sufficient funding for the sector. Current government allocation remains low at 4% against the 10% threshold envisaged in the CADIP Malibo declaration. This hinders the ability to support agriculture development and entrepreneurship programs. Also, proper policy coordination at national and county level is required to ensure a unified approach towards agriculture development. 2, cost of doing business and policy environment predictability. For example, the new Horticulture Crops Regulation 2019 imposed a 4-fold increase on cess levied on horticultural exports. Horticulture Crops Development Authority, via letter dated 6 April 2021, instructed all exporters to clear pending cess and levies before the renewal of their export license period by 30th June 2021. Other imposed legislation, such as Livestock Bill 2021, had major contentious clauses, as well as the tea industry regulations, which have been a subject of court battles between the government against some private sector members. While good intended, sufficient time must always be allowed to engage all stakeholders before passing any policies. At the county level, we are happy to know that national and county governments agreed to eliminate the duplicative charges on inter-county movement of goods. Once fully implemented, this will greatly reduce the cost of food, boost trade, and improve our overall competitiveness. Having said that, when you look at the issues of taxes, where we should be really increasing our taxes is more on the imports, not on the taxes. Otherwise, we will remain an import country and then not as an export country, and we'll never be able to create jobs that way. And so it's very, very important that we relook at some of these levies and cess, especially on export goods, because that's where we really need to facilitate, not actually make it harder, but we should make it harder for that comes into the country that we can produce locally or have capacity to produce locally. On food safety and standards, a lot remains to be done to improve the quality of our produce and safeguard the health of Kenyans. Concerns have been raised over foods, including sugar, maize, meat, among other products that are unfit for human consumption. Increased surveillance and testing capacity is required, especially for aflatoxin at our borders, to ensure food safety and reduce trade disputes or supply chain disruptions. We advocate for accreditation of private sector labs to augment the testing capacities by the government and reduce the backlog for smooth trade. To ensure adherence to SPS standards and certifications at the ports of entry, we recommend sufficient resourcing of KEFIS to enable it to operate on a 24-hour basis. We also propose a re-engineering of the systems at KEFIS to adopt certification system, as well as development of a legal framework that would support implementation of the certification system across the countries. On access to affordable financing, we hope the rollout of Freight Guarantee Scheme will bridge the financing gaps, in addition to the implementation of the warehouse receipt system and fast-tracking of payment of pending bills and tax refunds. More targeted financial interventions will be required to ensure farmers can access quality inputs, modern farming technologies, and cover operating costs. From the private sector side, we are working hard to restore trust by creating market opportunities for farmers through local sourcing and contract farming through our clarion call for supplier diversity. This eliminates exploitation by middlemen, increases value addition, and reduces post-harvest losses. We're also running training and mentorship sessions to improve their skills and also supporting with the digitization to diversify opportunities, especially during this difficult period. Some of the potential areas for university industry collaboration on improving our food systems and supporting entrepreneurship include partnership in policy formulation and advocacy to address the pertinent challenges affecting the agriculture sector. As key players in the industry, universities may be at the forefront in the policy process to provide thought leadership. Capacity building, sensitization programs targeting young people to build interest and knowledge in agriculture. Some notable examples include the Seeds of Gold publication by Egerton University in partnership with Nation Media Group, the Farmers TV, Farm Kenya initiative by Standard Group PLC, radio farming programs, among others. We need some similar initiatives to reach out to more youth and support young entrepreneurs. Joint ventures and PPPs in agriculture projects, including large-scale farming, and this was mentioned again by the ministry, production of farm inputs and animal feeds, food processing, R&D, infrastructure development, and modernization of training facilities. With the advent of globalization and technology, the world is moving to a new knowledge-based economy, where research, data, and innovation play a key role in success of business. However, most businesses lack the capacity to do research, something which is readily available in our universities. This is an area of opportunity to link businesses with universities for their research needs, and also access innovations coming out of our universities for commercialization. If there's anything that I'd hope this conversation can build from us, is exactly this, a place where our businesses can reach out for their research needs, because they're willing to pay, but they don't know who to talk to and how to reach out for it, but also to access the innovations that are coming out of the university. So if there's something I'd like to pursue after this meeting and beyond this, it's this area more than any other area. Lastly, promoting sustainable, inclusive, and circular economy business models in the sector. KEPS already has a program that supports businesses adopt sustainable and inclusive practices, and it requires collaboration with universities and TVETs to integrate circular models in training and research towards development of green solutions for business and societal needs. Others include collaboration in hosting university exhibitions and expo for innovators to meet potential partners and financiers, awards to encourage innovation, support with IP protection, internship, mentorship, incubation programs, as well as seed capital to enable commercialization. So these are some of the things that I'm looking forward for us to be able to do beyond this conversation so that we can drive entrepreneurship, we can drive agribusiness, we can drive R&D, which is very low in this country, we can drive innovation, which is very high, but then there's not that good link between business and the universities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Carol Karuga. We have several questions addressed to Lucy Njenga. I do not see any questions addressed to Madam Carol. Maybe they're yet to come. Madam Lucy Njenga, please, if you're still available, we are going to take 2 more questions, and the others, you will be able to answer them in the Q&A section. The first one is, what is the role that the TVET institution would play in support of our nation as the 4K club in schools? That's the first question for you. The second question is, in Kenya, there is heavy use of chemicals in agriculture that may be of a great risk to consumer health and ecosystems. What is the ministry doing about this? So we're going to take those 2 questions. Ms. Lucy Njenga, are you still with us?
Madam, I'm still with you. Maybe we'll answer a few. Okay. On the TVET. We have, as a ministry, we have some institutions which are also registered at the still TVET. We have the AHITIS, I know they are registered at the TVET, and they train the animal health assistants who later also go and practice. And we also have Kenya School of Agriculture, which is also, I think, affiliated to TVET. We are training, this time we have diploma courses. We also have the short courses, which we also train people on competence-based, and then they can employ themselves. So the ministry really appreciates the TVET, and we are working together. We also have our Bukura Agricultural College, which is offering certificate courses and also the diploma courses. On the heavy use of chemicals, that one I want my colleague, I have a colleague here, he will attempt maybe to answer a bit of it.
Thank you. My name is Peter Uwoko. We work with Madam Director Lucy Njenga in the same office. I think she has adequately addressed the issue of role of TVET. Essentially, 4K Club normally target primary school kids, but it's normally expanded to include youth at higher levels of learning, including youth out of school, and also youth in colleges. And at that level, they interact with those who are under TVET, essentially trying to capacity build them to bring them into the agriculture sector. Maybe that is what I would add in line with that question. Then in the second question, the concern about use of pesticide, high use of chemicals. Actually, we refer to them as pesticide in agriculture world, where we are talking about chemicals that are necessary for pest and disease control and also for purposes of management of weeds, largely herbicides. Under Green Revolution, we may not avoid the use of pesticide, but just to clarify is that pesticides used in agriculture are normally regulated. All the pesticides used are registered through pest control product boards, which must give authority on their use. And before they are authorized for use, adequate studies, science-based information is used to inform the decision on how it will be used, where it will be used, and all information pertaining to its use within a given environment. And therefore, its use in relation to contamination, maybe of environment and the like, have all been studied, and adequate information is available to mitigate its effect to environment. Any pesticide that has challenges of contamination of environment must always be stopped from use based on available information and data, and that is usually done through the regulation of Pest Control Product Board, and also in consultation with the Environmental Management Authority. Also with that is Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Services, which also continuously monitor the impact of the same chemicals on particularly crops, largely for use, either for industrial or for food. So use of pesticide is highly monitored and highly regulated in order to prevent its negative effect, both to human and to environment. And we also have a directorate in the ministry, the Plant Protection Directorate, particularly where it comes to large-scale issues like the recent outbreak of locusts. They also have a regulatory role in terms of what pesticide is supposed to be used. They will work in collaboration with Pest Control Product Board and KEFIS in order to register specific pesticides that would be used for wide-scale cases, like the case of armyworm, the case of the locust, that usually sometimes become a very big nuisance and can spread very fast. Prof, I submit to that end.
Thank you. One last question to Lucy and her team, and then I'll also have one question for Carol. We are talking about smallholder commercialization and benefiting the smallholders to be able to get more money to put in their pockets. But one issue that has been of concern is cartels and brokers. And we find that because of the presence of this, most smallholders are exploited and they do not get the appropriate returns that they can be able to get from their hard work. How is the ministry addressing the issue of cartels and brokers? And the last one to Ms. Lucy also is on how can we be able to expand the markets for agricultural produce, because we have had cases whereby when it is time for harvest, there is a lot, we have quite a lot of produce, but then we find that in some places, we may not have the same produce. So how do we expand the market so that smallholders can be able to benefit from this? And for Carol, as universities, we would wish that we had more private sector engagement in the activities that we engage in. For example, in research, and maybe for the private sector to be able to fund some of the activities within the universities. How can we be able to continue with this, or how can the private sector come in and assist us in funding some of the activities that we are interested in as universities? So I will give the chance to Madam Njenga first to answer her two questions, and then we'll have Carol, and then we'll end this session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. We are going to answer still with Peter. On the smallholder commercialization and the cartels and brokers, as a ministry, what we really encourage farmers to do is to do the aggregations so that farmers can come together, pull together, have their produce together. That way they will have a voice. But when a farmer is alone, it becomes difficult, and these brokers will be, inevitably the brokers will be there if the farmer is trying to work alone. But if you work as in an aggregation center, you are able to get market for your crop as a group. If you note the many projects we have, they are really encouraging the aggregation. Even the cooperative, surprisingly, we are lucky that the Department of Cooperatives is also with the ministry, because that's the same method the cooperative uses, where farmers pull together, they bring their produce together, and that way they are able to negotiate even for better prices, and they can remove the cartels. Otherwise, we cannot maybe remove them totally, but we can reduce them. I agree, we need to do something there and reduce them. On issue of the expanded market, when we talked about the warehouse lease system, this is what the warehouse lease system is trying to address, where the farmers or these aggregators can put their produce in a certified warehouse, and that produce will be kept well for a period before the prices improves. Remember, in Kenya, we have the grant, and immediately after maybe a month or two, we get prices again hiking again. So it's very important that we put them in the warehouse so that the produce can also wait for that better opportunity. Again, we can have value addition. I told you all the projects we are having, they use the value chain approach, and they are doing they're encouraging the value addition. When you do value addition, you are able to increase the life of that produce. Like when it's maybe mangoes. If you make the mangoes to juice, that juice can take longer and even can be transported to other areas in a better way. So value addition is really, really encouraged, and it will help expand the market and also increase the time shelf life of this commodity. They also the warehouses, there are networks of warehouses. They'll be in various areas where we have the area where the production is being kept. And then the warehouse operators can even move this produce from one warehouse to the area where the produce is required. So maybe my colleague can add a bit to that end. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Maybe just to add, only in one area largely, most of the key legislative reforms that we have is to transform the belief that is there today, actually what is happening today. The farmer produces, the commodity becomes of the cartel or the broker, so that the farmer has no say of what is happening in the market. Today, the transformation is about the farmer having a say of the produce, even in the market, so that the farmer can also quote a price in the market, as opposed to what he is today. The farmer of today is a price taker. The good example is what is happening in the tea industry, the reform in the tea industry today. The farmer is supposed to have a say on the price quoted at the tea auction, as they have already done in the recent auction. what would that mean is that ownership of the commodity after produce would still remain the property of the farmer so that they can have a say. That is enabled through legislation and is also being enabled through what Madam has already explained about the warehouse. So that when the prices are not good, then the farmer can still retain the commodity in a warehouse so that they're able to sell when the prices are good. In that case, that means maybe a farmer who is under need of money, because that is what they have to sell to get the money, is able to use the warehouse receipt as a collateral to be able to access some funds for the time being to use while they wait for the market to improve and be able to sell their commodity when the prices are good. So it's about transferring ownership of the commodity which is ready for marketing from the broker to the farmer so that the farmer can retain the commodity up to the time when it is disposed of and be able to put a price on their own commodity, as opposed to what it is today where the farmer is a price taker. Maybe that's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Madam Carol, please.
Thank you. Please just repeat for me the question again. I think I missed a part.
Okay. I was saying that most of the universities in Kenya would wish to partner with the private sector. But so far, we find that this partnership is a little bit low-key in that we do not have a lot of collaborations with the private sector. Looks like the private sector most of the times would wish to shy off or will not be involved in university activities. How can we be able to enhance this? Thank you.
That's true. I think there's not enough collaboration that we see, like we see in other countries, and especially the more mature economies, of the collaboration between private sector and the universities. And so I think we just need to figure out a forum like this, where we bring the business community, and especially the companies that spend a lot on R&D, and to meet the research sides of the universities and see how they can collaborate more, because there's such a need. And businesses pay a lot of money to access research, but they're not doing that from a lot of Kenyan universities. Yet there's a lot of research they could, but also a lot of innovation. So I agree there's not enough being done. There's been an attempt to get many private sector people involved in boards and councils of universities, but still there's a lot more to be done. And I think we just need to figure out maybe expos where businesses come and the universities showcase what they can offer, or what they are offering, and what they are doing, and then businesses can participate. Or different events like this, where now we're able to bring in the private sector and gather and say, we want to discuss a sector like agriculture, who are all the companies that are involved in agribusiness and manufacturing, and then we bring them on board and we get the research side of the universities on this. So maybe that's what we could start thinking of doing, so that it just doesn't remain a conversation and we continue with status quo, but at least we move this to a bit of action.
Thank you for that response. Now we are ready to transition to our next session, which is panel discussion. But before then, I would wish to recognize the presence of Professor Duncan Ogeng from Gulu University, the TAGDEF coordinator at Gulu University. We would also wish to recognize Dr. Jolene Runyararo from the Ruforum Secretariat. We would also wish to recognize the presence of the principals of TVET institutions and the deans of faculties of agriculture from various universities in Kenya. Feel welcome. Now, I take this chance to welcome Professor Bebe to moderate the next session, which is on panel discussions. Professor Bebe, kindly take over.
Thank you. Thank you, Pastor Mshenga, and everybody else who are participating. My name is Bebe, Acting DVC Research and Extension. I'll be chairing this next session. The session you're just translating from has been very educative from the ministry perspective, call it the public, and the private sector perspective, what they're doing and investing in transforming food systems in this country and involving all the actors. Now we'll be narrowing at the county level to discuss with our COEs who are implementing this at the county level, how they're engaging the youth, how the devolution is working for the youth, and how these two are supporting the development of agri-food systems in Kenya. Each of them will have about 10 minutes, and we'll follow it immediately with engaging them in clarifications and questions if arise from the audience. And that way then we'll be able to move with them. There are 5 of them. Before I introduce the first one, let me just say that youth, the question of youth in agriculture, the question of youth in devolution is paramount in this country. What they contribute, what opportunities are there, how adequately we are preparing them to take those roles, especially in the food system. We hope that the county government's positions will be clarified in this session, together with how they're engaging, how they're investing on this, and how they're bringing the private sector, so that we'll be able to understand best practices that are there, entry points for interventions on going forward, and those then should inform how our frameworks that have been elaborated at the national level, are they working for us? Are we implementing satisfactorily to achieve this? With that, allow me to now introduce the first key speaker here. We have Dr. Immaculate Maina. Doc, are you with us? Dr. Immaculate Maina, are you there? Have you already joined? If Dr. Maina is not ready, we'll come to her later. Allow me then to move to...
I'm here.
Aha, great. Thanks. Thanks. We are coming to you, and
Prof.
I'm introducing you.
Yes.
Dr. Immaculate Maina is the CEC Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperative Nakuru County. She comes to this with a rich background in research, Calro, with 18 years of work experience. She's a PhD holder in agriculture from German University, and very passionate in supporting the community at the grassroots. So Dr. Maina, we are inviting you to make a presentation under 10 minutes that focuses on cereals and floriculture in Nakuru with the perspective of how the youth and devolution is working. Please, welcome.
Thank you, Prof, for the invitation and for this opportunity. I will not have slides. I'll just speak about it.
You're in a car, but it's okay.
As you notice, I'm in the field.
Yeah, in a car, to be precise. But go on.
But I'm going to stop and make it a little bit clearer. So good morning, everyone. Allow me to say that youth in agriculture remains a question of great importance to all of us. And as we sit here today to discuss the topic of the day,
We are losing you, Dr. Maina. There's a trouble with the field. Doc, Waziri, how do we help you? Hello? We seem to have a challenge with connecting to Dr. Maina. She's, I think somewhere connectivity is proving to be challenging. We'll come back to her later when she's able to communicate with us. Allow me to bring in Dr. Victoria Tarus. Victoria Tarus, are you somewhere we can reach you?
Yes, good morning, Prof. I can hear you, and I'm here.
That's great. We want to bring you in as Dr. Maina traces our network.
That's okay.
Yes, Victoria Tarus is a Chief Officer of Livestock and Fisheries, was in Gishu District. She'll be joining us with a rich background in agriculture, which she has a PhD on from University of Eldoret. He is a member of the World Agriculture, where she serves in the board as a director. She has interest in research that geared to improving livelihoods, especially for the low, what we call the vulnerable community. And she is passionate about building partnerships that contribute to that. So we are welcoming you, Dr. Tarus, to be able to bring us the perspective of Uasin Gishu County, which is, we know in this country is prominent for dairy and cereals. Doc, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. First and foremost, I want to thank the University of Egerton for organizing this together with the other organizers. I want to thank the Ministry of Trade, the chief guest that is represented by the PS, and all the stakeholders who are here today. We are actually talking about a very important topic which concerns all of us, which is our basic need, that is food, and how we can make it better. So allow me to just give a small talk on Uasin Gishu, how we are looking, how we are managing our cereals and our dairy sector. Uasin Gishu County is actually considered one of the bread baskets in the country, and we are proud to be so. And it is providing a livelihood to our over 80% of our people, and those are majorly smallholder farmers. In the dairy sector, we have over about 300,000 animals in terms of dairy, and we are producing about 200 million liters of milk per year. In cereals, we produce about 4 million bags of maize annually. And that actually makes us a key agricultural county. And maybe just to highlight some of the things that we face as a challenge in the county, one of it is climate change. Climate change, which has also been talked about by the ministry earlier on, that's Lucy talked about it. We also have land degradation, and most people now are subdividing land so that they can use it for real estate, and affecting.
And actually, we just went to the vehicle and then it went off, but I'm now back. I mean, yeah, I think I could talk immediately after this because it's going to get very busy after a short while. So thanks, Pole.
Dr. Tarus, sorry for that. Please continue.
Okay. Thank you for that. So I was talking about land subdivision and land degradation, which is a major challenge to us in Uasin Gishu County. And as earlier on, I think we are having conversations with the Department of Lands so that we have policies in place to ensure that agricultural land is not subdivided to levels that cannot support us agriculturally. The other problem that we have is poor mechanization. And as been said earlier, there is a policy in place that we're working on to ensure that our farms are mechanized, because when you mechanize, then the output increases. Then there is also the dwindling financial resources, mainly that has been caused by COVID. We have also had a challenge of rains, that is climate change, and it has really affected. And those are some of the challenges that we are facing in the cereal sector. The other cereal that is important to us as a county is wheat. And wheat has been, the major challenge for wheat has been pests and diseases. And most farmers now have been moving from wheat to maize. And I'm glad that the crop protection section in the ministry, the national ministry, has been helping in ensuring that these farmers actually do not lose all that they have put in place. And then when it comes to dairy sector, the challenges that we have in dairy sector, we have the issue of feed, and you'll allow me just to say this, because I think it's something that affects even not just our county as a whole. The major challenge we have with feed is that most of the ingredients or the raw materials that we use in the feed industry in the dairy sector are plant-based, and these actually are weather-based. They depend on weather, and for our people who depend mainly on rain-fed agriculture, you find that the maize that they grow for their cows, if we don't have enough rain, then there will be a shortage. Then the other thing that we have also is that these most ingredients or the raw material suppliers, they actually don't have offices that you would actually say that this. So most people you'd find that most transporters, for instance, who maybe have goods that they take to Uganda, for instance, on their way back, they'll be bringing ingredients. And so regulating them has been a major challenge for us as a county. And that is, we're relying on this, the animal feed staff bill for 2016 that is now currently in Parliament, that it will be able to sort out some of these things. The other thing that we have in feed is the quality. A third of the manufacturers, according to a study that was done by the Kenya Market Trust, 1/3 of the manufacturers can carry out their own feed analysis. And therefore, it makes it very hard then to follow and ensure that this feed that we are getting for our animals is good quality. And the constraints to that end is the cost, the timeliness, the unreliability of results, and inadequate engagement between those that are testing the feed and those that are selling it. The other major challenge that we have in feeds is the long unsupervised supply chain. You will realize that from where the raw materials are being sourced all the way to when the farmer gets it, we have a long chain there. And this long chain not only makes the feed to be expensive, but it also gives room for adulteration. It also gives room to modification of this feed, so that by the time you're getting your cotton seed cake, for instance, as a farmer, you will not get it the same way it was sold in the first place. So these are the major challenges that we are facing as a county, and we are glad that we have associations like the Association for Kenya Feed Manufacturers, AKEFEMA, which is in place so that it can regulate some of these issues, because feed contributes 50% of the production cost. If it is not addressed, then our farmers in the dairy sector will definitely lose. And that is what we, as a county, we are working on. Now, the interventions that we have put as a county in the dairy sector to ensure that our farmers are supported, one is we are subsidizing our AI program. We have subsidized our AI program, and this is a program that has run for about 5 years now. And this has really seen a big change in terms of upgrading of our breeds. and has improved the milk production. We also have interventions that have been supported by the Kenya Climate Smart, which is a World Bank funded program. This program is, we have a strategy that we are calling Operation Maziwa Lita Kumi. The national average for milk production in the country is about 7 to 9 liters per cow per day. So we are targeting as a county that we want every family, every household to at least have a cow that produces 10 liters of milk per cow per day. And if we have this, then to support the program also that was modernization of the dairy industry by the national government, where we were receiving milk coolers, then we will be able to fill the milk coolers that have been provided by the national government. And these milk coolers will also add to the issue of value addition. And this value addition is what we as a county see will also attract the youth into this business, because we realize the youth mostly do not want to engage in the production bit. But if we have value addition platforms that can enable to engage the youth, then this is the area that we are looking at. So as a county, we have received, we put up a request of 46 cooler units from the national government. We have received 23 so far, and this we see is not only going to improve the quality of milk, it will also ensure that the milk is bulked, just like it was said by Lucy Njenga, that one of the key issues in marketing is if it is not bulked, if it is not aggregated, then farmers do not get good prices. Then they'll be exploited by the same cartels that we were talking about earlier on. So we are putting our farmers together in cooperative societies. These cooperative societies then manage the coolers that were given by national government. And then the youth are able to value add the milk into yogurt, because we realize that there is an increase in the middle class. The middle class are now able to purchase just more than the raw milk. So we need to target that market of the middle class that can afford yogurt. And so we are calling up our youth to engage in this. Besides that, we also have a youth in agribusiness program in the county. We are funding youth programs that are doing agribusiness related ventures, and these are seen many youth actually adopt and appreciate the role of agriculture in their lives, because most youth early alone, as was said earlier, most of our farmers here in Uasin Gishu County also, the age is between 40 and 60 years. So we want to woo the youth to agribusiness, and this is we are doing this through the youth in agribusiness. In the Department of Trade in the county of Uasin Gishu, we have what we call a Inua Biashara fund, which we are funding also youth businesses. And this is not just agribusiness, but those in agribusiness are also funded. And this has also seen that most youth are now engaged in agribusiness. And finally, we have realized as a county that feed plays a key role, and therefore we are bulking. We are doing a major program on feed bulking for the dairy industry. So most farmers now who used to do maize to sell to national cereals boards, for instance, most of them now are doing for silage. So finally, I think I want to say what we can say about the youth strategy and what is it we can do generally on the youth to bring them on board. The change of mindset is very key. If our youth can be able to change their mindset and see that farming is not just a dirty business, it is a business that can bring in money. And with the growing population, agriculture is set to be a business that one should look at. The other one is to equip this youth with skills that will enable them actually to be competitive in the agriculture sector. And this can be done through the TVETs. We as a county have a program that we are funding youth to go to the AHITIs. We are funding them to go to agricultural training colleges so that they can be equipped, even do AI, because these are jobs that you can do you can self-employ. So we are telling our youth, if you go to the animal health institutes, for instance, you can come and practice. You can be a paravet, and you can actually practice and employ yourself. The other is access to youth-friendly finances, and this has been done through the youth, the Inua Biashara, for instance. We are linking our youth with those microfinances that can be able to fund them. Then the other is to collaborate with the research institution. I'm glad that Egerton University has given us a forum today, even just to engaged and engaging youth in research. If youth are able even to be a research assistants in a program, in a research program, then this opens up their minds and they realize that actually research in agriculture is something that can be able to bring results. The use of technology, one of the ways to woo the youth into agriculture is to adopt technology. And so these are the strategies that we are putting in as a county besides value addition. So in a nutshell, I would say that is what we are doing in Uasin Gishu County to ensure that the youth are engaged in agribusiness for not only getting money, but also to ensure that we meet their nutritional needs, not just for the youth, but for the community as a whole. Thank you.
Dr. Tarus, for staying in time and giving us stimulating lessons from Uasin Gishu, capacity building for youth, giving them access to capital, and also linking them to research. And then you have the subsidies that are meant to be, I think, kickstarting them into business. So somebody is asking you, please respond to this. Are the youth groups you are requesting from the government to participate in the project must come from Uasin Gishu County?
Thank you, Prof, for that question. I would say yes, they should come from Uasin Gishu County because this is a program that is targeting Uasin Gishu residents. I'm sure other counties also have strategies towards supporting their youth. So for now, we are targeting only those from Uasin Gishu County. Thank you.
Very well. Your obligations first. I also have a question for you.
Yes.
In your presentation, you have observed a shift that farmers are moving away from maize and wheat, and this, in our Kenya, so to speak, have been seen to be the food.
Yes.
What implications will this have for your county and the nation in our food system?
Thank you, Prof. I want to, maybe I also missed out to say that we are doing what we call a diversification program in Uasin Gishu County. And in this, we are telling our farmers that maize has been a mainstay in Uasin Gishu County, but we realize that it's not paying so much for the farmers. So what we are telling our farmers is they do not do away with maize farming completely, but they diversify that we increase the income for people. So we are not
Recording in progress.
Yes, go on.
Okay, thank you. It is, we have a criteria that we have put down so that if a youth group meets the criteria, which is actually available from our department and get the criteria, if they are able to meet the criteria, then they are assured of the funding. But if they are not, then they will not be funded.
strategy to this youth that we want. Are there lessons on what are the critical success factors when a youth takes up these credit facilities in their business?
Yes, we have had partnerships with Transnational Bank, for instance, which is now Access Bank. We have had partnerships with Kenya Commercial Bank, where they actually fund our cooperative societies. They have also funded some youth groups. So we have had success stories in terms of linking our farmers to financial institutions.
Great.
I don't know
last question we want to get from you.
Yes.
Is on the subsidies.
Yes.
Subsidies are temporary.
Correct.
What are the exit strategies you are in place that you are putting in place so that when you exit, there will be that those who are beneficiaries continues, they don't fall?
Correct. Thank you. We have, we'll give an example of, we have our AI program, which we are subsidizing the semen for the farmers. And what we are doing is we will be phasing it out, and we are doing it in phases so that we don't do it abruptly. And this one, we are doing capacity building for the farmers. One is that we are telling them the cow or the AFA that you get from our subsidized AI program should not be sold, because if you sell it, then we are losing it. We are losing everything. So we also want to teach the farmer that this is your investment, and in future they will buy. Actually, we are saying in future we are not going to subsidize anymore. The other subsidy program that we have done is the issue of societies, and we are telling them this: we are buying for you, but you will pay slowly. So that way, then we know that it's not a total dependence on government. The farmers know that they have to work hard to ensure that they pay for the feed mixer at the end of the day. So this way, then we are not making the farmer to be dependent on us. They are working so hard, and that way it makes it sustainable. The other thing we're also doing, we entered into partnership with University of Eldoret to put up a fish hatchery, which provides fingerlings. So the University of Egerton that sells fingerlings to us at a subsidized rate. But we are telling our farmers that once you have been able to sell your first batch of fingerlings, then the next batch of fingerlings, then you will buy at a higher price. So those are the kind of capacity building that we are giving our farmers so that they don't rely on us completely.
Doc, thank you so much for engaging with us and giving us those lessons. So we will be engaging you further. Please be looking at the question and answer. Diane, please, we trust you be able to respond. Thank you for now. We want to move to Dr. Maina. Dr. Maina, are you in a place you can now pick from where you left?
Again, thank you for the opportunity and apologies for that breakdown in communication.
It's okay.
To go back and say that in Nakuru County, we continue to look at youth as a very critical sector in the development of the agriculture sector. Nakuru County has a very large number of young persons in the rural space. And for that reason, we have continued to look at opportunities or even just analyze situations for the youth within the county and enhance spaces for them. First and foremost, I want to say that our main cereals is maize and wheat in Nakuru County. And I'll start by talking a little bit about our maize value chain. Our maize value chain is quite large, and we've continued to work very closely with our farmers and our youth in this area. Allow me to say specifically about the KCEP program, that the Kenya Cereals Enhancement Program that we are implementing in parts of Nakuru County. In this program, we've seen young people joining, usually persons under 35, and some of the most innovative and most receptive of persons for new knowledge and new technology have been these young people. Our best farmer who's been able to attain 45 bags per acre was a young lady from Elbagon under this program. So what we note here is the capacity for youth to innovate, to use their creativity and be very receptive of new knowledge and in the production systems for cereals. This then speaks to the need for capacity building of youthful farmers to carry on the business of agriculture. And just like was Nigishu and other counties in this nation, our farmers are very old, and there is need for us to begin to engage our youth in taking up spaces in the agriculture value chain. I also want to mention that education and capacity building is very well exemplified in the wheat value chain. Some of the young scientists that we have in wheat breeding are resident at Kalro Njoro, where most of the wheat in this region, in the East African region, is bred. And when you go to the labs and look at who is running the labs and who is really sitting down to think about the future of wheat for this nation and beyond, you'll find a very, very young scientists. Many of them are locally and internationally trained. And that goes to show the value of institutions of higher learning in creating very conducive spaces for young people to express their ingenuity. This is another area that has been very, for me, very gratifying to see. Another area is the whole question of exposure. Egerton University, I wish to congratulate you for the Mashav program, where we have youth going out to Israel to see what is happening there and bring it back home. And well, that project is great and support, and I've met some of the youth that have gone to Israel for 11 months and have come back home. We have a large representation of youthful persons from Nakuru who are part of the program. It's the missing link seems to be the business development services, so that yes, not just for the youth that have gone, but also for the local graduates. Once you graduate from college, you may have very good theory, very good skills in everything that you do, but do you have the capacity to change your thinking, your theory into money in the pocket? I think the whole question of enabling youth to be business oriented, to be able to put their skills down to make money for themselves, is a space that requires a lot more interrogation. Going forward, I'm happy that the topic talks about the agri-food systems, and therefore we are not limited to just the production levels. What we notice that in the value chains of the cereal value chain, we have a large number of youth involved in milling or supporting milling or providing labor to milling corporations. So that when you go to any milling industry or any milling factory, you'll find most of the people who are lifting the sacks, feeding the mills, packaging, would be youth. So again, in terms of the value chain, you find that most of our young people are at the bottom of the chain in terms of their of what they're able to support with. A lot of our youth who are not highly educated are the ones that provide physical labor in our mills, either for flour for human consumption or even feed formulation for livestock. So again, in that space, the question that I believe we should be asking ourselves is, are the youth well utilized? Are they fully employed? Are they underemployed? And what can we do about that? Or for the more discerning youth, can we begin to enhance their capacities from being laborers to becoming business owners, and therefore using their creativity, their energies in a more satisfying way? So what we notice the cereals value chain is that we have lesser of the youth in production, but more of the youth in the transportation of the cereals, the packaging of cereals, in the milling industry, and also in the packaging of flour and feed for livestock. So the Nakuru space for youth in cereals is a space that could do better, is a space that is not fully utilized. And as a county, this is an area that we are continuing to work around. We in the Department of Agriculture in the process of developing a policy on youth in agribusiness, and we hope we'll be able to articulate matters that can then support our youth to do better. From our Department of Youth Services in the county, our counterparts have been able to come up with an empowerment program for youth to see how more of the youth can be involved across all value chains and how we can support them to do value addition. At our ATC, we continue to work with youth for skills development, but most of those skills may not fall under the serious value chain. Going forward, talking about floriculture, again, we see a repeat of the same. Any visit to any of our flower farms is that you'll find rooms full of youthful persons who are packing flowers, or you go to the field, you find them picking flowers or dealing with flowers in one way or the other. So again, you find that many of them are providing physical labor and have not yet graduated. Many of the youth have not graduated to become managers or to lead a strategy or a team in the floriculture area. If you visit any of our flower farms, you'll find that many of our youth are in the cold rooms, are supporting in the labor, the input to labor. So again, while there's a huge space for youth to get involved, again, you find them at the bottom of the value chain. I think that there's opportunity for us to support our youth to do better. And when you think about floriculture being a very capital intensive business, at least at setup, it's not many at times, and you find a flower farm that is owned by a younger person. You'll find older owners and then the youth providing the labor. Obviously, that says that we don't get exploited all the spaces, because I know there's also open field flowers that we can also deal with. And again, it means that that is a space that has also not been exploited. So again, working closely, for example, with the Department of Horticulture at University, about open flower to get involved without the need for heavy investment in greenhouses or in all the other physical infrastructure that we know goes into the floriculture systems. Nakuru, as you all know, is a major producer of flowers. I believe we're the #1 county in flower production in the nation and even in the region. And I want to note that the youth are involved, but again, mainly in the physical work and on the lower end of the value chain. Now, what does that mean for us? I think what that talks to me is that we as a county, together with other stakeholders, our best bet, our best place of entry is to ensure that our youth are able to work in a decent environment, that they're providing decent work, that there's less of exploitation, that the wages they're getting are at par with industry standards. That is not always the case, and that remains a gap that needs to be taken care of. And there's also opportunity for us to scale up opportunities for agripreneurship across the cereal and the floriculture value chains for our youth. Going back to floriculture, we also find that some of the requirements, for example, the global gap standards and so on, can be very stringent, and many of our youth do not have the resources to be able to take up those opportunities. So again, what that means is that there's opportunity for financing of youth to be able to take up these opportunities. So again, this speaks to youth-friendly finance for the youth to be able to take up these opportunities. In Nakuru County, we've gone on to, in the matter of capacity building, to work closely with Egerton University under the Board of Undergraduate Studies and what we call a youth attachment program, where youth from the Egerton University are able to spend 3 months in the farms of farmers in Nakuru County. And we believe that that space serves several purposes. One, it enables the youth to practically be involved in activities in a farm and it enables the youth to work with an agripreneur and therefore pick some skills in business, in practical business in the field, to be able to do better. So again, that is an area that we would wish to see expanded so that more of our youth are able to work directly with farmers who are already commercializing or commercialized, so that they learn practically the business skills, practical business skills in the field that they can use if they decide to set up similar enterprises in the future. So that I come to a close, I want to say that the cereal and floriculture value chains still have a lot of scope for youth involvement, and there's so many opportunities that could be exploited. In Nakuru County, our cereal farmers are organized into what we call aggregation centers. We work closely with the NCPB to try and have some of the cereal stores certified for storage. And we are actually the first county to sign off the certificate for the warehouse receipt system for the NCPB and a few others. So what you're saying is that we have the capacity, we have the willingness to want to open up spaces for young persons to get involved. And of course, those that are already in the value chain need to enhance their skills to move from being laborers or support system to becoming business owners. These are spaces that we wish to see, would wish to exploit in the coming days, so that our youth then can move on to being critical parts of these particular value chains. I want to close it there, and I'm willing to take comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maina, for that stimulating engagement on what Nakuru County is doing for the youth, participation in agribusiness. We note you are engaging them in research, beautiful for us. Engaging them in processing and manufacturing, really good for our Agenda 4, Big 4 agenda. We note you engaging them in transportation, which is beautiful for us. But you are not happy that they are only giving physical labor and at the lower level of the value chain. Eh? So we'd be asking to Nakuru, is this bad or good? Let's begin.
Prof,
hello.
Hello, Prof.
Yes.
But there's a place for physical labor, and there's also a place for decision-making and management. The concern that I raised is that when you go to any, let's say, flower farm, you will find that up to 90% of all physical work livelihood, and very few of them are management. And that tells me that there is the whole question of structure of labor could be, may not be very positive for the future of many of our youth. I have met many graduates of Egerton University Horticulture Department who are in the pack house. But when you have a degree in horticulture, beyond packing, you have so much other capacity that remains unexploited. And that is the space I'm talking about. So the question to industry, the question that I think we need to grapple with is, even when these youth are involved in the value chains of cereals and horticulture, what can we do differently to ensure that their skills that they've spent 4 years learning is actually involved? For example, you really find we have a lot of flower varieties in Kenya, but I've not come across a single flower variety registered to a Kenyan horticulture graduate. Most of the flowers will be registered to international breeders, and then they'll come here as a commodity for multiplication. So then the question in my mind is, why? What stops our youth with all the ingenuity and innovation? Is it that we don't give the necessary space? Is it that we're not providing incubation spaces? Because I believe that mental capacity is there. So it has to be an industry failure that we do not have a variety, and of course I could be wrong, but in my experience, the many flower farms I have visited, I've not come across, let's say, a single rose flower that we can say was bred and named and is attributed to a Kenyan graduate of horticulture. That is the space I'm talking about, Professor. Thank you.
Very good, Doc. For that challenge, you are challenging the youth and those who are giving them the capacity to innovate around having this youth move into high-value jobs, but also decent job. I appreciate that. There's somebody, Jacob Mwangi, is raising this question. What is your ministry doing in overexploitation of youth? I think he's talking about low wages in flower farms in your county.
Thank you for the question. I think I alluded to that our greatest challenge lies in providing what we call decent work, that labor is paid according to industry standards, and that labor is protected and the necessary protection for workers is done. Obviously, this is an area that by jurisdiction lies within the Ministry of Labor, that is national level. But within the county of Nakuru, we continue to engage with the flower industry through the forums, the management forum for the flower industry. I think I've attended 2 meetings in Naivasha, and we've raised this as a concern. And of course, we follow up with the necessary departments to see how this can be done differently. But again, in some of the flower farms, you've seen very good compliance. I've visited flower farms where the youth are properly remunerated, and therefore it comes down to enforcement of the labor laws. And that requires a conversation beyond what I can comment on fully, but this is an area that we know about. It's an area that we continue to review. Thank you.
Thank you for knowing about that and maybe engaging into monitoring and discussion with them would address the few cases, because you elaborate on the success cases. I want to link what you just talked about with the team you have appreciated, those youth that went to Israel and back with a lot of energy, a lot of knowledge, a lot of interest. Is county engaging them in a way that we don't lose their potential? For those that that are from your county.
Thank you, Prof. I've been able to have a small meeting on the sidelines of another meeting with at least 10 of these young people. I have been able to engage on email with some of them. At the county level, we don't have a specific program for them. However, in the last 1 week, I and my colleagues from another 4 counties had a meeting with the Embassy of Israel and the Family Bank to try and structure a program that would allow them to use the skills they learned in Israel in Kenya. So again, while we may not have a current program, this is one of the areas in our agenda and as a priority item. And from the meeting we had with the ambassador of Israel and his team and Family Bank, the top management of Family Bank, we are very hopeful that in the coming days, we're definitely going to structure a program that would suit them in a way that will engage them in a very business-oriented way in the county of Nakuru and in 4 other counties of Kajiado, Meru, and Kiambu.
In the interest of time, I want to only raise one last question with you, Dr. Maina. Thanks for considering affirmative action for that team of youth. There's Faith Maina raising a question to you that would you be able to comment on how gender issues are being handled among youth farmers?
Gender remains a critical question in any of our engagements in the field. And one of the ways that we can speak directly to gender is that in our programming as a department, we have come up with very gender-friendly value chains. Let me start with our pyrethrum program that is part of our crop diversification program. In the pyrethrum program, we've been able to have 11 nurseries, commercial nurseries, and I'm happy to report that many of those nurseries are owned by the youth. Again, under our avocado program, we continue to work with many youth in coming up with avocado nurseries, commercial, registered KEFIS certified commercial nurseries in Nakuru County. In addition to that, we've gone on to look at value chains that could also be very friendly to women. And one of those programs is the poultry program, where we're giving chicks to women groups, and they raise them, and they are able to get eggs. Then we, in addition, give them the incubators for them to commercialize and do a business. We've done this to over 100 groups, and we've been able to distribute more than 100,000 chicks to many groups in Nakuru County. For other youth and young men and even older people, we've been able to give breeding stock. So that, for example, if a person comes from the drier zones of Subukia, Waseges, we've been able to give breeding bulls and breeding rams and bucks, so that we can improve the local genetic pool to give us better animals for meat production. So I'd say that in our programming within the department, we've been able to identify spaces for each gender to be able to benefit from the resources given to the Department of Agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maina, for the talking to us about the youth, what you're doing in Nakuru. We observe good things are ongoing. We just want to encourage you that you proceed, you continue, and engage others that may support you, including the University of Egerton. Thank you. Thank you. We'll engage with you more. There are some questions for you which you may have to answer directly on the question and answer chat. So that we move to the next person. So thank you. I release you, and I want to move to Dr. Wario. Before I introduce Wario, let me recognize those who are participating, some of them. Professor Kai, thank you for joining us. Former DVC AA Egerton. I think you will also be chairing one of the sessions. Kit Kemboy, Dr. Kit Kemboy is also logged in. Thank you for finding time to participate in this. For others who will be presenting, if you have a presentation, please feel free to share it. If you have a slide, you are allowed to share to make it also communicative with the others that following this. Dr. Wario, I want to introduce you. Are you there?
Yes. Good morning.
Fine. I introduce Dr. Wario Sori Saka. Dr. Wario Sori Saka is a chief officer, livestock in the county of Marsabit, northern part of the country. He is a vet by training and has had a very illustrious civil service job, being instrumental in establishing private vet services in those dry pastoral area. He's been very instrumental in steering policy formulation for livestock in that county, livestock trade and market bill, which was 2018. He's also been the one behind it. He's also drafting range management policy. So all these policies are geared towards supporting livestock, and we thank you that your efforts will come to support many people. So for now, we want to be listening to you to share with us on livestock in Marsabit County with a focus on agro-pastoralism, how the county is bringing the youth, especially from agro-pastoral communities, to be able also to play a role and contribute in the food systems transformation. Dr. Wario, welcome.
Thank you very much, Professor Bebe. My name is Dr. Wario Sori. I'm the Chief of Staff for Livestock Marsabit County. I'm here in the capacity to represent my CEC program, and we are very grateful to University of Egerton for involving us in this program. We are already picking a lot of lessons from participation in this. I was asked to comment on agropastoralism, generally on pastoralism and focusing on agropastoralism. Pastoralism has got three aspects. We have transhumance, we have nomadic pastoralism, and agropastoralism. Of these, the most popular one in the northern counties is nomadic pastoralism. But for today, our focus is on it's different from the rest because it's characterized by settled, people who are settled in a certain environment, and they produce crops and they have got permanent homesteads. That is what is not very identifiable with the rest of the pastoralist groups. So in northern counties, here I did not prepare slides on what particularly Marsabit County does, but generally on what the ASAL counties does in the aspect of agropastoralism. So thank you very much again. And I sent some slides to be presented to the participants. I'm not sure if that can be flashed here. Professor?
You can share your slide. You're allowed?
I actually sent them. Yeah, they are here now. Thank you very much. So, yes. The first slide. Sorry. Yeah. So, in agro-pastoral economy, livestock still plays the biggest role, supporting about 40 million people, with 70% of livestock population in Kenya coming from ASAL region. And as I said, agropastoralism production is identified with sedentary settlement, crop production, and permanent homesteads. And generally, the characteristics of ASAL areas is low and erratic precipitation, that is erratic weather, poor quality of pasture, population increasing, and poor land tenure system. Next. So I also looked at the significance of agropastoralism in the ASAL areas. So there are several challenges that we've said, erratic weather and all this, but despite that, livestock production has got a huge potential, and it is because during droughts, livestock still forms the buffer system, the buffer point. They can survive more than crops. Most of the times, as much as we talk about agropastoralism, crop production, because of the erratic weather, but the livestock still high quality feeds. Of course, all pastoralism is high quality forage, which is available in ASAL for it to meet the potential, and that is through high demand for better quality feeds. There is that demand. There is need for also better production practices, that is proper husbandry, adoption of agropastoralism with cultivated pasture. The focus can be what can really be of economic value is sales of pasture more than even crops, maybe because of who needs this thing, because during droughts there is a lot of pasture depletion and people would require to feed the animals. So it's one of the potential areas to cultivate pasture. Agropastoralism is used, and in the ASAL counties, these social amenities, there is a growing population in urban centers. So this promotes support to crop production and also provides market for meat and milk. and it also promotes trade because most of the people who go to school are the people who are on transhumance and others who are on nomadic pastoralism. So a number of factors of production in agropastoralism goods. So there exists a number of strategies for improving pasture rangeland and grazing management for agropastoralism, which include pasture rangeland reseeding, establishment of fodder banks, establishment and management of fodder trees. Am I audible? Yes.
Put off your video. Put off your video.
Great. So,
to give you better reception.
Yes.
Please continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I said that there are a number of strategies that exist to improve pasture rangeland production and agropastoralism, which I said pasture land reseeding, establishment of fodder banks, establishment and management of fodder trees, including Caliandra, which is recommended as a best fodder plant. Pasture weeds and invasive species are the main challenges, like Prosopis, Juliflora, and Lantana camara. All these plants are actually taking up a lot of land that could have actually been utilized for range production, for pasture production. So bush management. So the grazing system, like zero grazing, tether grazing, all these can still be accommodated in agropastoralism, but we still have sufficient land that are not really habited, so there could not be the reason to really restrict the animals like this. But because of maybe the frequent trades, conflicts, and all this could actually necessitate the use of these systems by agropastoralists. So the focus that are geared towards increasing productivity. And the biggest challenge in this area is livestock health, disease outbreak, common diseases, and these diseases are even listed here, lumpy skin, Rift Valley. All these are transboundary diseases that usually affect market, and they are of biggest concern in areas, in ASAL areas in general. Next. So when we look at the economic contribution of agropastoralism, or generally the ASAL production system, is that we actually estimate about 75% of Kenyan population depending on agriculture, and 83% of our Kenyan land is in ASAL areas, and pastoralist is estimated to contribute, but that is only an evaluation because it only caters for traditional values of the pastoral system. Actually, when we consider sorry, that slide, I wanted to say some more on that. So when we look at the value of the pastoral livelihood, we look at traditional and non-traditional. When we look at traditional, we look about livestock generally, and then the milk production, the meat production, hides and skin, and all this. But when we look at non-traditional, which is not always valued, we also consider things like honey production, wax production, firewood, gum, resins, fish, tourism, all that is quite undervalued. Next. So when we look at the nomadic pastoralism versus agropastoralism, there is the major change in production system, which is equivalent to big knowledge gap for agropastoralist system. What I mean by this is that many people who normally been nomadic pastoralists have now settled as agropastoralists, but there is a big knowledge gap, maybe in areas of crop production and all this. So that's what it indicates. Then the sedentary life has also they move out with the animals, and the animals are there, and animal health products most of the times their livelihood. So that indicates low productivity. Then there is the insecure land tenure system, where land is not owned, it's communally owned, Nobody does, permanent investment in them and all this. Then there is poor breed and breeding practices. This contributes to, again, poor access and exposure. The endemic livestock diseases, as I've already said, low labor, and that is not really reinforced by professional skills and vocational skills. And these are the areas maybe that we can transit to discuss about the devolution and youth. So in this, again, there are a number of opportunities. Because of the growing population, then obviously there is need for high demand for food. And this is the area that can actually population. The livestock safety buffer zone that, as I already said, the survivability between crops and livestock is higher in livestock than crop because of erratic weather in the region. I think I want to comment some few things for youth and devolution. In fact, as Marsabit, we have Marsabit Youth County Support Program, where our focus is about engaging youths to fill the gaps of service within the county. That could be taken as the best practice by Marsabit County. So, and again, the budget that were every ward to the Marsabit County Youth Support Program, and that engages youth in areas of service like health practitioners are few in the county. Animal health practitioners are few. There's a number of areas with minimal service providers of technical skills. So these youths are employed on this, and through that program, a lot of services rendered to the community. But the focus is about engaging youths. But I would say there could not be adequate tapping into the potential of these youths because of maybe poor orientation. I have my own personal concern about how these youths are oriented to exploit this or to fully give support to the services that they are employed for. And most of the youths in the entire country are focused on salaried engagement. But instead of maybe engaging themselves on investment in actually giving them a lot of opportunity because people are ready to pay for services. So fend for themselves and they are not exploiting their own skills. It has got that challenge. The other things about politics, most of it erratic. Market system, there is no proper, we have said, trade and market bill, all these things geared towards promoting market linkages and also increasing productivity. So that's what I would say, and really partner with a research institution like Egerton University here to increase the exposure for best practices for our youth. Hello, Professor. Hello?
You hear me? Well,
yeah, now you are back.
You
yes.
hear me?
Hello? Yes?
I want to thank you very much for bringing us the situation in the Marsabit County. I notice one of your concerns is the mindset that we have to engage, we have to deal with to get these youths participate more in livestock.
Sure. Yes.
I also noticed that you are wondering, you're talking about the change in livestock production systems ongoing, and we'll be asking you later what that portends for the youth.
Yes.
You have brought clearly the substantive role of livestock in your GDP, not only the country, but I think specifically in your county as well. And I will be engaging you on what that means in resource allocation. But first, there's a question for you from Jacob Mwangi. Mwangi wants to know from you what your ministry is doing to exploit underground water reserves to support livestock development.
Okay. Should I address that or I pick more?
Pick one as we give. We may not look at all of them, but pick that one. We are sampling.
No, thank you. So on exploitation of underground water reserves, actually we have a big challenge with our underground water, particularly in all the Asal counties or in particular in Marsabit, because of the quality of water. And the mandate is under the Department of Water, not necessarily under agriculture or livestock. And we have always been concerned about the quality of the portability of our underground water. But generally, what is happening in the county is a lot of exploitation of resources where there are a number of boreholes that are done. And all this is aimed for access to water by different, in the different parts of the county to increase access by livestock. And that has actually contributed a lot to access to water and increase productivity. Yes.
Thank you very much. Professor Mungai has a question for you, which I wanted to engage you directly. Professor Mungai.
Thank you very much, Prof. Bebe. Mine is just to ask a question to both Dr. Wario, Dr. Tarus, and Dr. Maina, if she's still logged in. That in your view, how has devolution advanced or hindered agri-food systems in Kenya? I hope you were able to get the question.
How has the devolution enhanced?
How has devolution advanced or hindered agri-food systems?
Wario?
Okay, maybe I can go first. I would say that devolution actually has injected a lot of resource, into the most marginalized areas or the peripheral areas. That's the thing that must be appreciated. The question is, how well focused are we in directing these resources to really create impact? And this could be maybe my personal view, but I would say it's not really up to optimum. While we have enough resources that have come through devolution, the linkage or the orientation of that towards agri-food system production is not up to its optimum.
So you see it as unexploited, and there you are clear. You are saying there's room for improvement.
Yes.
What you need to clarify is that room for the public or for the private sector to fill up?
For the public, actually, if not for private, we will not have even realized the much we have realized now. The private sector is doing quite good, but the public sector, there is need to establish impactful programs, which I feel is not really up to optimum, and maybe through collaboration with resourceful partners, this can be improved on and adequately tapped and create a lot of impact to the people.
Hello. Prof, I want to comment on that.
Go on. Tarus, go on. Hello?
Hello. Thank you, Prof. I want.
Yeah, we're bringing in shortly. Go on. Wario will still come to you. Hold on, but Tarus, go on.
Yes, thank you, Prof. Quickly, I want to say for Uasin Gishu County, the evolution has really enhanced agri-food systems. But I want to also give this rider that, you see, when you subject your budget to public participation, which is a requirement by the Constitution, you realize that the residents may want something else. But I also want to say that, for instance, if you may want to put more money in agriculture, but the residents will say instead we want water or we want roads. But at the end of the day, as a county, you also realize that the same water that the residents are prioritizing, it also enhance agriculture in the long run. So I would say that maybe not directly, it may not be seen like agriculture has benefited a lot. But in terms of infrastructure, in terms of water provision, I think the evolution has really enhanced agri-food systems, because we have done more roads in the county, for instance, which has enhanced markets for our food produce. We have also done a lot of water plants. We have desilted dams as a county. And this has reduced our over-reliance in rain-fed agriculture. So I would say in totality that devolution has really helped to enhance food systems in Uasin Gishu County. Thank you.
You see it as contributing positively. Wario, we come back to you. Wario?
Yes.
Victoria is talking about public participation being essential to allocating resources.
Absolutely.
And develop priorities.
I agree.
In your Marsabit County, when this participation goes on, where does livestock feature?
So this is a thing that we have a challenge with. Actually, at personal level, I had an issue with the way public participation is done. Instead of it focusing to be an all year round, as in terms of extension services and sensitizing people about what areas they should put their money, it only comes as a cycle of the government year, that it just happens instant. In 2 days notice, people are there asking people what are their priorities. So there is no proper linkage. That's the area that we have a challenge with, actually. Okay? Are you following? Professor?
I'm following you. I'm following you. When you're speaking, I'm following you.
Right.
Yes.
So that's the thing that we have an issue with, actually. When we look at agri-food system, or for their salaries generally, a declining trend in terms of budgetary allocation to the sector that carries more in terms of revenue earning. There has been that declining trend. And for us as county, we have talked about this. We have actually tried to reverse that trend for the counties in the ASAL areas to be faithful to Maputo Declaration of giving at least 10% of budgetary allocation to the sector that to the production sector, which in this case is livestock. We are still coming on that, and it's a big challenge. We actually want to sensitize all the stakeholders to look at it in that view, so that our impact in terms of agri-food system production is enhanced.
Thank you, Dr. Ario. We want to encourage you to pursue that, put pressure, engage the powers that may be, so that resources goes to where livelihood are needed most. One last question to you is from one of us. I'll read it. What is the county government doing in terms of byproducts from the livestock sector as a means of income generation in your county?
All right.
This from one of our
the byproducts that we focus in this case is more should be on leather and skins, the skins and hides. The market for skin and hides in the country has completely gone down, and we have a big challenge in utilizing those products. Actually, we have the trouble of people throwing away hides and skin at the slaughter slabs and even dirtifying the environment. That's a big challenge, and it's because of lack of market. When we look at other products, let's say horns and all these, there are some few cottage industries, women group industries that are trying to utilize these things to produce some products that they market, things like key holders and all this. So I would say generally it's not on a good foot.
Thank you, Dr. Ario, for sharing with us developments in Marsabit County. There will be some questions for you on the question and answer. Please respond to them. Some are also in the chat.
Okay.
And we're engaging you, and we hope to work with you in developing the livestock or agriculture industry in Marsabit. Thank you for participating. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to move with the next presenter. A shift in the program, bringing in now Rael Gina, who is a youth, and joining us right from US. I don't know whether it is in the morning now, or whether it's the afternoon. I've lost my time scheme. But this is a Kenyan who is contributing
Hello, Prof. Bebe. We can't hear you.
Which is
recording in progress.
Which is mainly the Turkana community. So we are giving you 10 minutes to share with us your as a youth in developing sustainable agri-food systems under these harsh conditions. Join us, Gina.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to talk about the youth's contribution towards agri-food systems. The youth have contributed greatly to the agri-food systems in diverse way. For example, they have contributed in formal and informal wage work, unpaid family labor, self-employment, cooperative membership, volunteering, and participating in agricultural programs. In formal and informal wage work, youth form the largest population in Kenya and are most active, energetic, and enthusiastic, hence contributing greatly to the system. The youths are employed both salaried and professional employees in the various subsectors of agri-food systems. The youth are interested in inventions and adoptions of new technologies and modern agriculture. As a result of increase in population and lack of white-collar jobs, the youth have now diverted their attentions to the agri-systems, a source of job opportunities. The youth are also have participated in unpaid family labor. In the various households, the youth work under the supervision of their parents and guardians as their main source of labor. They are otherwise not regarded as actors in the agri-food system. Instead, the parents and guardians are viewed as the main actors. In such instances, their contributions is invisible, unvalued, and unenumerated. Self-employment. Due to the lack of jobs, youth are diverting to start profitable ventures in agri-food systems. These ventures being adopted by youths requires less capital but bring in quick cash. For example, vegetable farming. Due to lack of capital, these ventures are small scale and hence high cost of production. Their main aim is to raise income but are also still contributing to sustainable development of the system. Cooperative membership. Youth are involved in existing cooperatives where they get trained on various ways they could contribute to sustainable development in agri-food system. They come up with their own youth cooperatives that expound on youth engagement in the system. Youth also offer their knowledge and skills to other actors in systems through cooperatives. For example, Nyamarura Farmers Cooperatives, the youth are greatly involved in that cooperative and they fully participate in helping the farmers around in their farms and also giving them agronomical advices. The youth also involve themselves in volunteering. There are various volunteering programs are offered in Kenya and abroad to inform youth, educate and give skills to the disadvantaged children, widows and youth on agri-food productions. Youth acquire skills that are utilized for sustainable development in agri-food system. They also share their own already acquired skills and knowledge to other actors in the system. For example, myself, I volunteered at Faros in the desert Turkana for 6 months, where I was actively involved in training the Turkanas about food production. And also we already had some other existing farmers and I would go around giving them agronomical advices and also supplying seeds and pesticides. Youth also participate in agricultural programs. Myself, I've participated in 2. Right now, I'm participating with the CIP in the US, and I've been stationed at Maine, a farm called Schoolhouse Farm, and I'm dealing with vegetables. And as from tomorrow, I'll be going to New York, where I've been given a placement in tomato greenhouse production. That is in hydroponics. And in those exchange programs, you're required to go back in your country for 2 good years and give back to the community. I participated in the Israel program, and in that program, I was trained about dryland farming, and that is what gave me motivation to come back in my country, back to the Turkana community. At the moment, I'm in the US and I'm intending to come back and also give back to the community. I've learned a lot in these programs, and it expands our mind and see the worth of being involved in agriculture. It is like before I started involving myself in these programs, I used like my mentality in agriculture was not the same, and I didn't have the same perception as I have today. Thank you. I'm welcoming questions.
Yeah, thank you, Ngina, for taking us through your journey, leading mind change and taking bold steps to giving back to the society where many have shied away from, demonstrating how the youth can trigger transformation in the food system. We appreciate that. We hear from you that you'll be coming back home after your time out there from the US to continue with the journey of giving back to the society. I think this we appreciate and laud you for it. I have a question for you. What was the turning point in getting you towards this mindset change?
My turning point was when I went to Israel, and I saw that these people had a very, very harsh climatic condition compared to what we have in Kenya. And I saw how hard these people worked so hard to produce, and I saw them producing and even exporting. And I could remember back in my country, we have our Turkanas, and their climatic condition is not as hard as ours. And actually, when I was there, the Turkana started trending that they are dying of hunger. And then when I look at what they have, their climatic conditions, and if you look at their land, it even have shrubs, which means something can grow there. And where I am and working so hard in a farm, even shrubs don't even grow there because it's too hot for them. So I saw that, yeah, if these people are producing and even exporting to the market, Kenya has a very big potential. And I came back with a lot of energy and so determined to go to Turkana and help them.
Rael, for that. You have shared your journey, your experiences with fellow youth, I hope.
Yes.
My question is, when you shared your experiences with them, what is your feel about the impact? Do they get lessons from you? Are there a few cases you can share that by talk to them, by sharing with them, has brought change like this?
Yes, I have youths who are approaching me, and they want mostly, like, you find they have formed a group and they want to start producing. I have the agri group which wanted to produce watermelons, and I've been guiding them on what to do. And I also have a group of other 10 ladies who also want to participate who want to start vegetable farming, and I've been holding Zoom meetings for them and telling them what to do and what not to do and all that guidance.
Hello, Ngina. Do you hear us?
I want to introduce you before we bring in.
Right.
Josephine is associate professor at Egerton University. Her specialty is agronomy. She's been working on netting Center of Excellence in Sustainable Agriculture and Agribusiness. Been involved with her interest in drought and tissue culture, which for this session she wants to explain how these are being used in tea and coffee. Josephine, take floor. I mean,
thank you very much for the organizers for giving me opportunity to present today. I'm an agronomist by training. I've been doing work quite some in terms of lecturing on perennial crops, which includes and coffee. My perspective today will be from the angle of a university don who trains staff for extension and research and so on in this area. Now, I want to start by just reiterating that agriculture, as we all know, is crucial to the economy of this land, of Kenya. And out of the 26% of GDP that agriculture contributes, tea and coffee, individually, tea contributes 26% of the agricultural GDP, and coffee 23.6% of the same agricultural GDP. So these are extremely important enterprises in the economy of this country. Now, there are unique, well, maybe not unique, but some challenges that face these industries. And I wanted just to mention what they are, and then we see where these challenges can actually be converted into opportunities by the youth, and how Egerton University can contribute towards this. So, okay?
Hello?
Yes.
Did you have did you have a slide to share, or you are continue comfortably there?
No, I've no slide. I'll continue.
Kindly.
All right. Thanks. Okay. So in terms of challenges facing tea and coffee industry, and this is it may look a little bit global in terms of Kenya, but I know we have tea and coffee in Nakuru County. And that is where I have a little bit of experience because of taking students out to various farms. Now we find that many of the tea and coffee farmers, the major issue that we see is that the average age that is 60, about 60 years old. About 60 years. Okay, there's a bit of disturbance.
Continue. There's some trouble, but please continue.
So one of the key issues that face these industries is that the farmers are aging, and the youth have not, according to the farmers themselves, have not taken a keen interest in being engaged in those plantations. So that has been a major concern, that there is going to be no continuity. Some examples are given of young people taking over farms, but soon would sell them off as real estate. So that is a major challenge. The other issue is, of course, is exploitation of farmers, which ends up causing the farmers to lose interest in maintaining those plantations. So just an example, in Nakuru, you go to some farms and they're really well managed. You look across the other side of the highway, you find coffee and tea farms that have been neglected. And this neglect really is a reflection of the losses that farmers are making. They're not making enough returns to be able to reinvest into their plantations. So these are some of the key problems that coffee and tea face. So we find that in that kind of scenario, accompanying the aging population of farmers, there is actually a move towards disinvesting in these plantation crops. So we find many of the plantation land being converted into, commercial residences and businesses and so on. And then accompanying this is that the fact that the old generation also, since they own the resources, they're not willing to part with the resources, meaning the youth do not have much of a stake and a say in the land ownership and management. So those are crucial in these aspects. Now, having seen that, what are the opportunities for the youth, therefore, in these plantation crops, in this industry? I think there are several areas in which you can exploit these industries and actually become independent. One of the ways from the production angle is that youth can be engaged in establishing commercial nurseries for both tea and coffee, and therefore become self-sustaining in that process, because they'll be either as a group or individual young people, they can actually be engaged in nursery establishment and management. Secondly, youth can also be engaged in processing. And I know many of the youths involved in processing are mainly farm management and supervising field work and so on and so forth. But I think there's greater scope in this aspect because most of the tea and coffee farms have byproducts that can be turned into innovative products for sale. And for example, they are what we call waste, but they're not really waste, can be converted into commercially viable enterprises which young people can actually undertake. So I think there is great scope in that sense. They can add value to byproducts and therefore exploit novel markets, for example, for fertilizers and energy. Another aspect that is youth can engage in is marketing. Currently, I know the coffee and tea industry are very well structured with their own rules and regulations. However, policy changes that really intends to enhance the productivity of this sector and ensure that farmers actually benefit from their work. And in some of these policy directions that we are seeing emerging is that farmers are going to be encouraged, particularly in coffee, to do marketing of their produce. Now, when this is done, together with other mechanisms, we find that the service providers, all service providers within these value chains will more or less benefit much more than they are doing currently. And so this is an opportunity for young people to engage in e-marketing, for example, and so on. Now, another aspect is the use of innovative technologies that youth, by nature, they are outgoing and willing to take up any new challenges. I think use of innovative technologies in both processing as well as production and e-marketing are areas where young people can be engaged in both coffee and the tea industry. Now, lastly but not least, there is opportunity in these crops, in this and opportunity for diversification. From the
recording in progress.
They can profit more from other diversification of the cropping system, and therefore encourage even a kind of a circular economy. Now, having said that, what is the university doing in order to engage youth in plantation crop culture? Because these are plantation crops. At Egerton University, and particularly in the Faculty of Agriculture, we have very strong curricula, agronomy in particular, and this has strengthened the kind of teaching training that we give our students, so that when they go out, they are actually competent. They have the technical skills they require to fit into these industries. We also strengthen the curricula, through practical experiences, particularly through field attachments, and also through academic trips. Another way is for the university that I think the university needs to strengthen is to liaise with the industry to understand and develop within the student or with the student transferable skills that would be required beyond just having technical skills. And I think this is what industry require above what we give them in terms of technical training. So we need to provide opportunity for these young people to obtain skills that can be transferable across industries, so that they're not stuck in one mind, one track. Thirdly, we need to, as academic staff, help in transforming student mindsets about agriculture in general. A lot of times we have experience with first years, they come here and they are really miserable. They look miserable because of the stories they have heard about agriculture. So I think we need to strengthen this mentoring and academic advising, and as much as possible, the university, in collaboration with the various staff in our departments, can seek ways of showcasing success stories in the field of agriculture. And this is true because a lot of, when we go out, we find people who are not agriculturalists by training, but are doing excellent agricultural businesses. And so we need students who can have a transformed mindset, so that when they get the right skills, they go out and put those skills to work for them and for the community. Now, we also need to, as a university, to strengthen our liaison with industry, and in this case, both farmers and processing industries, in order to develop short-term trainings that may be relevant to the various nodes in these value chains, and particularly targeting extension workers, both private and government extension workers, so that they can provide the real trainings that they require. They may get the real trainings they require to advance their knowledge and update their knowledge and techniques in the field. Now, having said all that, I would, as I've commended Egerton University for a good curriculum, well designed, there is also an element I think that we saw earlier on in the earlier years, and this was incorporated in our training, and that was the issue of incorporating entrepreneurship for all agricultural programs. And I think our undergraduate students have been beneficiaries of this aspect. So we need to really commend the university for doing that, and the Faculty of Agriculture, the Special Agribusiness Department for undertaking this. Lastly, I would just request as a lecturer, that the university relook at the issue of academic trips, because some of our programs are half-baked, if I may use that term, although I don't like to use it. But if we do not strengthen the issue of academic trips, this in the last few years has been wanting. Many of the departments, many of the students have not really gone for these academic trips. And I think it's a really disservice to the university as a whole. So I would make this plea to the university to find all the resources that is required to ensure that academic trips are facilitated in order to make our young people come out of here competent in what they've been trained to do and even beyond. And I think this is crucial because when students go out into the field, they actually see the real life situation and they are able to see where they can make a difference or where they need different skills in order to make a difference. Thank you very much, even for that opportunity. I hope it's related. I'm not in the county, so I couldn't talk much about the extension aspect of tea and coffee, but I've tried to relook at it just from my experience taking students out. Thank you very much.
Prof, we thank you. We want to assure you that you are in a county called Nakuru, where you have said there is coffee and tea.
Yes.
We wanted this tea and coffee to be baked fully, yeah?
Yeah,
your
sure.
students and everybody else to make it competitive. So the first question is, how do we make this sector competitive?
I think one of the key issues to address, and I think it's being addressed through policy. In this year, I think we'll see some, particularly for coffee. I know tea, we have been having issues in the corridors of justice, but it is to encourage farmers to get the benefit of their work. So it means doing away with, as much as possible, the issue of middlemen or those who are controlling the industry so that farmers are not able to receive benefit from their produce.
Thank you. We'll have to engage further on that. Last question to you. You have identified the byproduct from coffee as being currently underutilized, and you are proposing that we go by economy. Do you see this? What are the opportunities for engaging in these valorizations of these byproducts?
I think there's a wide scope for not only coffee, but even tea. But I took coffee because it's a little bit more obvious. The coffee husks and the waste from the processing factories sometimes are just placed in a dump. and allowed to decompose naturally. But we can do further research and have this done in such a way that you get organic manures that can be recycled within the coffee farms or in other value added, in other enterprises like horticulture and so on.
Thank you. As we close on you, I read coffee husks can be used to detect some of the researchers in Wageningen already seeing that possibility. So that's what they get if it's true from it. But questions, please answer them on the Q&A photo. Some may be in the chat. As for now, thank you for sharing with us what options are there to grow tea and coffee, especially involving the
Recording in progress.
Maybe we should be thinking, are there cases that we could learn from where actually agriculture is driven by the age group we call youth? We thank everybody who has participated in this session. We have been having Professor Rewe from Pwani University working, listening, and reflecting on these presentations. So I want to invite him to just give a summary of his reflections from these 5 presenters. Thomas, you able to get me?
Very well, very clearly. I just hope you're able to get me.
And go on. Go on.
Thank you. Thank you, Bana Moderator, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Extension, the Cabinet Secretary, the Vice Chancellor, Egerton, the DVC is present, the Forum, Tag Dev community, all protocols observed. As a participant, I've been following keenly from the beginning, and I'm actually very impressed with the Tag Dev ideology, the program itself and its objectives, and looking at how the presenters have been capturing the spirit in the letter, starting from the remarks from our coordinator. Really appreciate what she said in the beginning. I noted that she's inviting partnership from across the board. And as Pwani University, we are listening and we are ready. I also appreciate the Forum for their challenge to train beyond the civil service and to appraise community engagement, even for promotions. The Vice Chancellor challenged us on issues to do with post-harvest management. We have been so much losses there. And the CS was giving us a roadmap on Biashara centers. That one was quite new to me, and I hope it can be as popular as the Huduma centers. The county governments have been very creative, and those are the panel discussions probably I'll be concentrating on. But I should also just mention that KEPSA and the CS Nyaga talking on jobs is a good thing. But I've heard about sustainability there, and indeed they're having a plan about it. There's a program I had from, I believe it was in Gishu, Operation Maziwa Lita Kumi. That sounds like a breeding and management project, which is quite encouraging. As as long as dairy is profitable as it is, anywhere where there is economic advancement, that is already an attraction for the youth. The Inua Biashara program in Uasin Gishu seems to be targeting the youth. And the CS, the CEO, I believe it's a CEO or a CEC, CEO Livestock, she also mentioned something about diversification. Coming from a coastal county, that has been a big issue. There is over-dependence on the maize crop to the extent where, as we are speaking now, we have massive crop failure because of the fluctuations of rain. And the rains have come, but the timing of planting has been chaotic. So you can imagine if we don't diversify, what can happen. That is called artificial hunger. It's possible to have food, just not maize. We also heard from CEC from Nakuru, and she appraised the research and educational institutions for involving young researchers. But she challenged us, can we have a rose flower that is branded, made in Kenya or bred in Kenya? That is not only on roses, there are many other things. If you catch her thinking, we have capacity as educators, as research institutions. The advancements we have made so far, we are able to compete globally. The master bit, what impressed me is their attitude towards water. And I know it is a fact that the livestock safety buffer zone is a given, but water will allow for crop agriculture. And the future of northern Kenya, as much as livestock is a mainstay, the future must include crop production. And I thought their attitude towards water harvesting and underground water management is in the right direction if they can take it to implementation. I was listening to my mwalimu, Professor as an Egerton alumni. I'm very sensitive to my mwalimus who are here today. Professor Josephine Ouma, who raised the question of plantation crop culture. Listening to her, together with what Ngina is saying, I realized that it is important I share just a slide of my thoughts, if the commodity would allow me, just 2 or 3 slides that I thought were very important in capturing her attitude towards plantation crop culture and the case study we have had from Guinea.
Agreed, go on.
I know I just have a few. Thank you. I know I just have a few minutes, but I think that slide will enumerate some of my concerns. Just loading it in a few. Thank you. Just loading it shortly. I'm going to be with you. Okay. Yes. So I want to take you to the paradox that is poverty. When I saw the arguments from the CASs, there's something that was coming out, and agriculture is being associated with poverty in the perception. You know, everything is about perception. Even politics is about perception. So the way agriculture has been presented before, even in global media, publications, and everything, FAO is trying to change that ideology. It scares the youth. If there is anything the youth are afraid of, is being poor. They have ended up now deciding to do anything but be poor, and they've got into trouble for that. So agriculture must, the way we're going to package agriculture from now on should be devoid of the pictures of poverty should not be put next to agriculture, because that cannot be true. Yeah, and where I'm going is what was raised in the Food and Business Knowledge Platform. And it captures some of the things that members have been raising here, why the youth are not in agriculture and why they should be. But it's not that we are doing nothing. It's just that we have not reached the levels we should. There are these important ideologies raised by this document by Karjin Mudeman in Food and Business Knowledge Platform. Do they have access to knowledge, information, and education? Do they have access to land? I hear that from the county and national governments here today, talking about access to financial services. There's an issue about access to green jobs. Agriculture is opening up to be actually a global player in climate change science, but also renewable energy. Have we found space for the youth there? Access to markets. It can be intentional, and I see it happening even in the university circles or in the government institutions. There are tenders now specifically for the youth, but that's government. What about the private sector? Can they be somehow requested or involved in a policy framework where they can open up a space for the youth? And then are the youth engaged in the policies that affect them? So I will not dwell so much on the other slides, but I'll go straight to the last one after this one. I've had one of the presenters, I believe, CEC, maybe Nakuru, and she rightly put it. The youth are the greatest manpower in agriculture, but not the owners. So they're contributing manpower, but not they're taking home the least from the outputs from agriculture. There are also extension profits. The youth happen to be very good information banks, and they can communicate to their parents, they can reproduce this information, so they can actually help us in extension. We have heard that they're involved in research, we have heard that they're involved in innovation and in agribusiness. These are areas where the youth are contributing quite well. Egerton has enablers there like Sesam, Colib, TideDev, and so forth. Let me jump this other slide and move straight to the last one, which captures basically the conclusion of my feeling from the presenters. So it basically a reflection of those points that have been raised by Karjin, but at the same time adding some important seventh point, which I thought was necessary. In Kenya, as we speak now, looking at the information given by the panelists, we can now, we can't always say we are doing nothing. It's not true that we are doing nothing. Government and private sector have enabled a situation where we now have the youth accessing knowledge, information, and education. There's so much going on, including TVETs and in the universities and the research institutions, where the youth are being formally and informally skilled. And that is a good thing. Those are enablers and drivers that are ongoing in Kenya. Why then have we not reached where we are supposed to be? Maybe the other one that needs a little bit of work, although it's also happening, is access to land. Yes, the youth have access to land to some extent. There are some youth who have land, maybe they have inherited the land, but they leave it in the village and they go to town. That land, I have a personal example. My brother is in town doing some work, but he has a very big piece of land and he's unemployed. He's doing some work, unlike us who are employed. He's very busy with his town businesses, which force him to pay rent every month. But he's not poor. I cannot call him a poor man. Somebody with over 2 acres of land is not poor. Yeah, I have access to financial services. It is true. There is access to financial services now. There is a program in Kenya now called Enable Youth Project from the Ministry of Agriculture, I believe. And they have given even some of our youth here in Pwani University some money to kickstart some agricultural businesses. The intention there, if you look at Uasin Gishu, the subsidy program, and the Inua Biashara programs, the intention there is to capitalize the youth, give them capital, and then kickstart them. Can they sustain that? That's another issue. I've had something, I've not had much from the presenters about access to green jobs. This is an area I'm passionate about, and I'm hoping the CSs and even national and county governments can try and attract the youth with what we call the current science, issues to do with climate change and issues to do with green cities, issues to do with green markets. Agriculture is so involved because most of the outputs from agriculture, apart from the edible outputs, the byproducts of agriculture are very good sources of renewable energy. Can that be a value chain that can attract the youth to agriculture? That's a question we must ask. They have access to markets, as I said earlier. The government is giving tenders specifically to youth and women. Can the private sector do the same? And I remember there was a team going round, I think it's the Ministry of Youth and something, that was engaging the youth in policy dialogue. So things are happening at different levels, even as the stakeholders had requested from these bullets that are presented here. Things are happening at different levels. Are they happening to the level where we can say the youth have reached a threshold in influencing agriculture? Last but not least, and probably one would be most important in the future, is political goodwill. Yeah, political goodwill is a key in enabling the youth to contribute to agri-food systems. When there's no political goodwill, there is always a lethargy, because politics translates to policy and enabling environment. The good news is that political goodwill is a renewable resource. So, moderator, I thought that was my take and a reflection on this very, very informative forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ewe, for keen listening, which you have demonstrated. We thank you for highlighting the key points that came for takeaway, and the organizers will pay attention to them in managing the way forward. To this end, may I invite a vote of thanks from Father Dr. Gershon Kuria. Before he comes in, we remind everybody that tomorrow this session continues and will be beginning from 9. If you look at your program, and there are more even interesting presentations tomorrow that you shouldn't miss. Make it a must in your diary. Father Guria, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I wish to register our thanks to all who have participated in this forum, but in a very special way to our chief guest, Hon Betty C. Maina, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development, here represented by Chief Administrative Secretary, Lawrence Karanja. Thank you very much for finding time and sharing with us deeply and in a reflective way on what we ought to do and how we are supposed to involve the community. I also wish to thank our Vice Chancellor, Professor Isaac Kibwage, for having also found time, given the busy schedules, and sharing with us and also encouraging us and starting us off in this forum. In the same vein, acknowledge the presence of the acting DVCAA, Professor Kipkemboi, who is present, who is logged in, former DVCAA, Professor Kahi. Thank you very much for joining us and being with us. And we hope to interact with you more as we go on with this forum. I want again to thank in a very special way the TAGDEF program coordinator, Professor Nancy Mongai, for this good organization and making this forum a success so far. And again, thank Dr. Anthony Ageru, Manager Training and Community Development Forum, for the good insights at the beginning of this forum. I want to thank again our keynote speakers, and that is Ms. Anne Nyaga, CAS, Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, here represented by Ms. Lucy Njenga, for the active participation and also the presentation made. And in the same vein, I also want to thank Caroline K. Karoga, who presented on private sector engagement in agri-food systems. In that session, I thank you all for that active participation. And I also thank the moderator, Professor Patience Mushenga, for guiding us through. In the other panel discussion, we had Dr. Immaculate Maina, CECM Nakuru, who is also the Minister of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperation, for her presentation and engaging the members in this forum. And again, in the same, I would want to thank Dr. Victoria Tarus, who is the Chief Officer, Livestock and Fisheries, Uasin Gishu County, for that deep reflection and guidance in your presentation. And again, on the same, this session was graced by Dr. Wario Sori, Chief Officer, Livestock for Fisheries in Marsabit County. And thank you very much for finding time and engaging us to reflect deeper into this theme. And we had Professor Josephine Ouma from Egerton University, who has also guided us to think on what we can do and how we can make agriculture attractive, especially to the youth. And lastly, on the presenters, we had Miss Rachel Ngina, Youth's Contribution towards Sustainable Agri-Food Systems. And lastly, we had very deep reflections given by Professor Thomas Rewe from Pwani University. And I think from the remarks that he has just made, we have come out full, and that summary was reflective of all that has been discussed today. May God bless you abundantly. I want to thank in a very special way our moderator in that section, Professor Boklin Bebe, thank you very much for guiding us through. We really appreciate. And I cannot fail to recognize the efforts that have been put in place by the Secretariat, the ICT, and the technical crew. Thank you for a work well done. And with that, we come to the close of today's sessions. Good afternoon.